Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the beginning of the second day of our conference. I hope you enjoyed it yesterday, and I see that you're refreshed today. You came back to continue our panel discussions. Today we are opening with the panel discussion on educational system and cultural reforms. So we have guest speakers today. Our panel will be moderated by Sherry Knowles, the founder and executive director of the KECTIL program. We have Tagui Ghazarian, committee deputy chair of the Standing Committee on the Science, Education, Culture, Diaspora, Youth and Sports of the National Assembly of Armenia. We have Alberta Piroeva, head of the Learning, Design and Impact of Teach for Armenia. And we have also Lilit Magarchan, deputy director of the National Center for Educational Development and Innovation. Please welcome our speakers with a high load of applause, please. Our panel will be led by, moderated by Sherry Knowles, and I'm happily passing the word to her.
Okay, good morning. How's everyone doing today? Do you have enough energy for day 2 of this amazing conference? Are you all set? Okay. We're glad to tell you that yesterday we had about 400 people watching this conference from around the world, and then about 100 here, so we had about 500 youth in developing countries listening to all the speakers on how to promote the leadership and how to educate themselves and be promoted through the society. So one short message at the end of the sessions this morning, we're going to take our group picture. So I hope everyone brought their t-shirts. We're very excited to take our picture this morning. Okay, so we have a very esteemed panel today to talk about the educational system in Armenia. And I think that also pertains to some of the other countries in the area. We have 13 countries represented today. So we have some of the same challenges, some of the same opportunities. And so I'd like to ask the first question to Ms. Ghazarian. What is Armenia doing in the area of education and culture to foster youth leadership?
Վարույցես հայերեն եմ խոսելու եւ հույս ունեմ բոլորը թարգմանություններով ապահովված եք.
Hope that is going to be translated. Now I'm going to speak.
The translation is working. You have all the assets there. Just put it on your ears and listen to her.
At first, I'm glad to meet all the participants here.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to translate the question so that you know what the answer is standing for. Sherry just asked, what do you do in education? And what do you do in the field of education in Armenia? And the answer follows.
Առաջնորդության մասին պետք է խոսեք։ I'm very glad that you are here in Armenia now. You have got an opportunity, first of all, to get acquainted with each other, and also to get acquainted about our local education and something maybe you can take with you from Armenia. Something from the local context and our exchange, experience will be for each other, will be productive for each other. Returning to the question, what we are doing about the leadership in Armenia in order to improve in the field of education. First of all, I should just answer as being a part of the assembly. Just a thing to be like in the ministry, and one thing is to be like in the legislative form, in order to encourage all the mechanisms in the field of education, at schools, at also now also in higher education, in order that the students could be just listened, could just figure out their just requirements, their questions, in order in the field of to enter the formal education field, and also be able to experience as leaders, as residents, and also as participants who are in the just everyday life, as a part of it, as a participant of it, in order to be totally just be in it, but not only institutional just not in the institutional just systems they are invested, but also in higher educational institutions, especially higher. Just Mrs. Makarchan will talk about it. In the field of youth, we have legislation which has been worked out, which has been about the youth, just political system, and youth political legislation. It defines it is about the youth who are after like up to 14, and also the legislation of this policy just stresses not in the center, not in the formal just environment youth, but also the youth have their own just environments, like clubs, like different kinds of groups, when they are at the workplace, when they are in the formal, having different kinds of formal just advantages. And through this legislation, it helps them who are out of the formal educational system and can't just find a job, and also in some cases they are unemployed. And today there are many young people who are in this situation, who are out of the formal institution, and their number is out of just up to 1,000 and more. And through passing and through investing, such kind of institutions are very important, which not only just to include people in this format, but also being a part of the assembly, we will have been able to have an opportunity to see the results of such kind of legislation, and also to input and also to involve the youth people in the political just environment. And it is going to be like one of the most important problems. I have just have to take a break in order just to talk all the time, and also give opportunity to my colleagues to speak about it. But if you have any kind of question, I will just be glad to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We know that Armenia has taken great strides to increase the educational system, including in teaching materials, in textbooks, and you have a big challenge because you have youth living in big cities like Yerevan, as well as youth living in villages, and you have to sometimes think of those in different ways in how to promote ultimate success, happy life, and be able to support themselves, their families, and to be leaders in Armenia. We see a lot of young leaders right here. So obviously you're doing something correct, because we have wonderful youth leaders in Armenia. So we see the proof of what you're doing. Yes. So now we would like to talk to Ms. Perova, who is Head of Learning, Design, and Impact for Teach for Armenia. Can you tell us, please, about what you're doing and how it's impacting Armenia? Tell us a little bit about your program.
First of all, greetings. Nice to be here and happy to see all of you here from different countries interested in education in Armenia and willing to learn about it. To tell about what we are doing at Teach for Armenia, we need to start maybe from the question, why are we doing it? And then pass to the fact, what we are doing actually. As we all know, or maybe don't know, we will learn right now about it. Armenia is in education crisis. What it means that we have more than 600 vacant positions in our schools, in rural schools in Armenia. And this means that in some of the schools you can see vacant positions for years. When I was a teacher and was starting to teach English in a rural community, because I'm myself a Teach for Armenia fellow and an alum, in my school, there haven't been an English teacher for 5 years. So this means the kids didn't have the chance to learn the subject for 5 years. And here comes our mission that as Teach for Armenia, as an organization that focuses on teaching leadership, our aim is to work on that, to give an opportunity to release this crisis in Armenia. And how we do it, Teach for Armenia is a part of a global network of Teach for All that has more than 60 countries there that are doing the same job. Of course, this job is a highly contextualized one in their own local context, and Teach for Armenia is doing something that is contextualized in Armenia here. We recruit young professionals who are interested in education and in pursuing teaching career, and we help them to become the teachers that our communities need. We provide them the needed training, the curriculum that we design specifically aligned with the standards of our country, and we prepare them for 2-year teaching leadership. The teachers are placed usually in underserved communities. We don't usually work in the big cities like Yerevan because we think that the main problems that we have start from the communities, rural communities especially, and our teachers teach for 2 years their subjects. Together with teaching, they don't only just teach in the school and in the classroom, they implement community projects because we believe that community projects are one of the ways to establish student leadership. We strongly believe that in order to start teaching leadership, you need to start it from the classroom. That is, leadership happens in the classroom. And for this aim, we started to do project-based learning practices in 2020. Our project-based learning approach is called change-based learning, CBL. And what we do, we start teaching the subject through project-based principles, and we help our students to come up with project ideas, thus boosting their leadership skills. This is what we do. The other part of our teaching in the schools is basically concentrated on deepening the academic knowledge and subject knowledge of our students and the teachers as well. And we also help our students to voice the problems that they are seeing in their communities, because we strongly believe that in our communities we have a lot of potential, but sometimes this potential is neglected because living in the community, we don't see it. We help our students, first of all, to discover their own potential, because we believe that the strongest leaders are those who know themselves, who know their communities, and are willing to bring change and transfer their strengths and potential into efforts, actionable efforts that will lead to systemic change. That is what we do in a nutshell. If there are any other questions, I will be happy to answer.
Oh, well, congratulations on that amazing effort. We know that Armenia is a mixture of the villages, the cities, and your statistics that there aren't enough teachers in the villages is very striking. What do the youth in these villages, are they motivated to learn? Are they hungry for knowledge? Are they hungry for leadership? Or, you know, are they asking for more textbooks, more teachers? Is there motivation in the villages?
Thank you for this great question. Currently, we have approximately 150 teachers teaching in more than 10 regions in Armenia and impacting 30,000 students. And when I was talking about the numbers of vacant positions, it's not only our statistics, it's the statistics in the country. That is, you can enter the official websites and see the numbers. When we are talking about student motivation, well, motivation comes in different ways. And when talking about it, it's first of all, it's to ask how motivation comes. Motivation comes from knowing. When you don't know what education is, when you don't know why are you learning, it's not probable that you are going to be a motivated student. So what we do, first of all, we try to make the learning process a meaningful journey for the student and for the teacher. And one of the most important things at Teach for Armenia is the mindset of a teacher that enters the classroom. Not as just the one who teaches, but also the one who learns. That is, the teacher, first of all, needs to be a learner. And in reciprocity is that this motivation happens because teaching is not a one-way journey, it's a dialogue between the teacher and the student. And this is the thing that we mainly try to have and try to help our teachers to be the ones who are entering the classroom with this mindset, these beliefs, and actually providing the behaviors that will promote the motivation of the students. What are the students interested to learn? I guess here is that the leadership part comes. The students are interested in education that will provide them the competencies and skills which is competitive in the contemporary market, work market. To have the skills to discover themselves in the world, to have the opportunities to learn even more about the countries and the surrounding countries, of course. And I guess when we talk about 21st century education, we all know it's kind of a cliche that education is not about transferring knowledge anymore. So when you enter the classroom and you know that you're not the source of knowledge, you're the one who is showing the way how to obtain the knowledge, how to learn about themselves, this is the main thing that motivates the students and also the teachers, because in order to have teacher motivation, you need, first of all, to have motivated students who are eager to learn what you're teaching. Yeah,
absolutely. And it's interesting, and ask, thank you for joining us today, Deputy Director of National Center for Educational Development and Innovation. I'm involved in innovation also. I'm a lawyer involved in intellectual property and innovation and entrepreneurship, so I love to hear about the various different programs that are going on. So tell us what you're doing in Armenia for innovation and education, and how you start, I guess, motivating the youth for entrepreneurship.
Good morning. At first, I would like to greet and thank all the organizers for this event. I'm going to speak Armenian because we want that our guests to listen our beautiful Armenian language. I would like to welcome our guests, and we are glad to see you in our country. And as you know, today is a museum night, and surely you will be happy and you will have an opportunity and time to go to museums, to communicate with Armenian culture and discover Armenian culture for you. What refers to leadership and the innovation taken in the educational system, there are a lot of. First of all, let's start from the leadership. It's a little bit difficult to define who is the leader. Leader, as for me, leader is a person who has different kinds of opportunities, critical thinking, time management, self-governing, and also any of us can be a leader, because he should be able just to make a decision, to solve the problem, and also to take people after him. And today, when it is Saturday and so early in the morning at 9 a.m., there are a lot of people. It means that there are people who are motivated and people who are leaders who are here to discuss some problems, some questions, and try to solve this, to find solutions for them. And I welcome all of them in order to be so motivated and interested in it. And I'm very glad to see here my previous and present students being as a lecturer and professor, and also to become more responsible. Now let's go to education and changes in Armenia. As you know, in Armenia there are serious big changes in the field of education, and everything just moves to the high education institution, and also there are changes too. As you know, all the changes change all the laws, the textbooks, the approaches, the legislation, everything. Let's start from our state standard, which is considered to be like educational standard, which defines how the student should be in order when he or she graduates. As you know, in the previously our educational standards, it builds on the knowledge. Now we have 8 just competencies that our educational standards based on, and our aim is to give the qualitative description of the student should have after graduating after 12 years ago, what knowledge, what competencies, what skills, what values the student should have when he after 12 years graduates. And definitely connected with it, all the approaches connected with the education, the textbooks, because they are just circled, just process, and like school and then institutions, universities, how they are going to have their graduation exam, how the role of the higher education is going to be erased, and how to enter the university. And here it's very important to make importance the to based on the competencies. There are also difficulties for it, definitely. The first thing, the most important, the change of the mind, what we want to do to change thinking and mind, because we have from one educational system, from one society, from one value society, we are going to another educational environment. And definitely the person who has 30-40 years has beliefs what he is doing and what he has done. Now somebody comes and say, you are doing good, but you have to do in another way. And definitely, and there are opponents who don't agree with it, and this way we can meet different kinds of barriers. But I want to assure you that it's like a problem of time, because education, because it has a long just influence, and how the changes of education we have and what the results, we have to wait about 10 up to 15 years in order to see the results and see. And also what we have today, it is the result before, from nowadays 15 years, and what we do now, we will see the results after 15 years. And there are so many youth who have GSRTs, who are our present and future, and have GSRT. They know the value of all of this, and they want to learn, to explore, to research, and also the responsibility to take the responsibility and to go ahead. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your comments. The technology is changing so quickly. We have artificial intelligence. We have new devices. We have new ways to communicate. It must be a challenge for people who are responsible for the educational system to try to change the curriculum to keep up with all these technological advances. And I would ask that to both of you, how does the country of Armenia try to tackle this and stay current with all the new technologies?
I think one of the most important questions in the educational system as an representative of academic world, all the discussions as a lecturer, all our discussions are in recent years how we can ban or use AI with the colleagues and of the world, which is a learning way as a scientist, not as a scientist, but also about students. We have been divided who want the first one who want to control and who want to think that we should just allow them to use AI. I'm in the second group. It's strange. I think that students enter to the lecture and just take the telephone saying that you are educating. It's an unpleasant just sense if we take such kind of and in this case we can just like separate them from the educational system in order just the students just feel their life and their studying process together, and they are different from the rhymes that we have had when I was a student. But I always just say to my students, because they can't be concentrated more than 20 seconds on one topic, and I'm just thinking how can I change the topic every 20 seconds, because if you just stand for an hour and just read a lecture, nobody is going to listen to you. And in this case, you have to scroll and to include in your and this is one of the a big challenge for education, for pedagogy and usage of AI. I know that these students, these pupils who will go to work, they are going to work with AI, and everyone knows about it. And if we in our lecture halls, if they just ban during our studying, they are going just to not correctly work at work. That's why we are going just to help them how to use them effectively, and every year seeing their experience with our students, what kind of problems can come if they only rely on the AI, because it can be guessing, it can be problematic. It's the first one that you can always I just say that you can use AI if you can, because it's a tool and it's not going to do for you. And always just I say them with their empiric research. They should just recognize everything, and after it, if you don't know anything, you can't recognize anything. And I think that we have passed now the century where we can just ask the questions correctly, and how we can define the questions correctly. If you don't ask AI correctly, you will get wrong answer. And first of all, we should just learn our students to ask the question correctly, properly, precisely, because any kind of task, any kind of program, because AI writes a lot of program codes, animations, photos, or just ask us questions. We should just learn how to ask them properly, and also to think about, because it's in the like endless information world. There are tools who can be just eliminated and just figure out the answers. There is no need just to ask them to learn by heart all the answers of the word, but just to learn them how to ask questions, to think properly and ask questions properly. And they will be able not only just to take the information to reduce the limitation of the knowledge, but also to create also. It means that the education should be motivating, difficult question, like with interest. It will be like take a lot of effort, but in general, it will give you just only benefits, and there is no need just to hate the education. And anytime they can come back to educational, to miss their lessons at the weekends. And if we deal with their life, it will be like in this case.
We know that,
Can I say something?
oh, please do, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Ես եւս կուզենամ ավելացնել առհասարակրթության ոլորտում
Educational field, what is our attitude and about the policy we are running on, and we approve the usage of technology, and also the usage of AI, artificial intelligence, because we want or we don't want, the time goes on. And as a historic, I can say that from time to time, any kind of novelty, any kind of investment of technology, the society is afraid of, is always afraid of, that is coming the end of the population is going to break down, to destroy. But as you see, the people live just now with having no problem with the technology, and we can't refuse such kind of investment. But vice versa, we should learn and live and think how we can use in favor of us every kind of technology. It has positive and negative influences. How the problem is how we can learn to learn it in favor of us, because it's a very good tool, and it gives a lot of opportunities, a big opportunity. We can, in a few minutes, get the information we can rely on. We can spend 1 hour to find the same information while being in the archives, in the museums, in the libraries. Just with some clicks, with a good question, proper question, we can get the information. But how we are going to use this information, how we can just use in favor of us, and we should speak about its negative things, and we should learn to use it not to harm our health, how long we sit in front of the computer, how we can walk, how we can think about our health. And at last, the communication in social nets reduce the borders. We can easily just to another just field, and anyone can enter to our life. And we should learn the norms of ethics, and we should speak about where my rights start and finish, and where another person's rights start and finishes, and how I communicate on social platforms, and everything is open and in the world we also have such kind of challenges. I am also a part of the European Assembly as a national representative in European Assembly. This problem is very big. They had created such kind of group which is going just to know how they can how they can protect, and there are 10 points which start from the knowledge, then ability, how we can use the ability, how we can up to their safety. Now our Gaznak has worked out a program towards about these 10 directions, how we can develop for our students, for our teachers. And even there is a point about the young people. In the future, in the nearest future, we are going just to talk and also know about it, to teach, and you are going not only learn, but also to spread it in the environment.
We experience AI issues even in the KECTIL program, because we have a 1-year program, and we have to tell the people going through the program how to use AI, the proper use of AI. You cannot use AI to answer the questions. You can use AI for research. And we try to ask questions that cannot be answered by AI because they have to be thought questions. That's very difficult because as you're going through school, you also just have to learn information. And information is very easy to get from AI. And so it's very easy to have AI write your essay for you. It's very easy for AI to answer the question, to do all your homework. But the youth have to be trained that they're not going to progress if they rely on AI. It's a form of plagiarism. It's a form of plagiarism. And of course, you can start doing that, but when you're finished, you'll have nothing. All you'll have is a computer who can answer your questions for you. You won't have yourself. You won't have your own brain. And it's so important for youth to develop their own brains, not just learn how to have the computer write an essay for you. You don't get anywhere like that. So that's just that's my comment on how we use it here. And we actually watch. There are certain keys when we get answers to some of our questions on the KECTIL program. We have a one-year program where we ask very intense questions about leadership and government, etc. And you can sometimes get the cadence of an answer from an essay on whether they used AI or not. You can see whether it was authentically written or whether it was written by AI. Sometimes, but AI is getting better. It can fool you now. It's very good at doing that. Okay, so I have another question, and I'll start with the Teach for America now, and I'd like all three of you to answer this question. Is social media in general a good thing or a bad thing for education? We see it is used pervasively by youth today, which is very different, and it's being used on an exponential level. Youth leaders, all youth in the country, in every country in the world, they're addicted to their cell phones. Okay, we've already talked about the fact that that reduces attention span. You cannot, youth like their information in small bits now. And a lot of that is because of the information age, the computer age, the social media age. So I'll start with you, please, and say, how do you think social media has been positive or negative for youth education?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you. I myself wouldn't categorize it as bad or good, but to answer to that, I first would like to refer to your previous question about AI and then come to it. When we talk about AI, I guess nowadays, mostly the main challenge that comes with AI and using AI in education is that creativity and critical thinking become not just a need, but a demand. Because with AI, mediocrity is not going to be enough. AI can do better than ourselves. So in order to excel in education, you need to be more than mediocre. You need to be more creative. You need to have basic critical thinking skills are not enough. You need to be really critical in order to understand how to use AI. And when talking about the benefits, I guess AI is mostly beneficial for education and educators. Why? Because most of the work that has been mechanical for years and teachers had to do now can be done by AI, and that's amazing. It means we can concentrate on creativity, on critical thinking, and all the things that are basically focused on social emotional skills. That is our relationships with people, knowing ourselves and knowing others, and trying to be more responsible for our actions. These are the basic needs that I think come with AI and the mass use of AI. When we talk about social media, I guess it can be, again, bad and good. It depends on how we are using it. And if we, again, come to our classrooms and talk about how to use social media, I see our roles as educators and as teachers on guidance, how to guide our students to use social media for the benefits of education. I can bring an example from Teach for Armenia, how we do it. I talked about project-based education and change-based learning, the approach of Teach for Armenia. We use social media to to illustrate our work that we are doing. So the students use it in order to advocate about their projects, to talk about their projects, to talk about their schools, to present and do pitching through social media. Is that bad? Of course not. I guess it's a great tool to spread awareness. And again, when we are talking about the decade of information, why is information and knowledge accessible? Because it happens thanks to, in some ways, social media, because it's available. When we come and talk about the lack of concentration, and as Ms. Azarian mentioned, it's really hard to to work with students who don't have the resilience to concentrate on a topic for a lasting time. I guess this is a challenge we need to address in education, but also I guess this is a challenge and a problem we need to fight in some ways. Because when we make education really easy for students, it becomes, in some cases, we just don't have resilient students who are also willing to put efforts and learn. Yes, education should be interesting and fun in most of the ways. I guess it should be something that you're interested about, curious about, and you love doing it. But in some ways, I guess, in most of the cases, when we achieve something and we want to achieve something, we need to acknowledge and accept that we need to put extra efforts in order to achieve that. And I guess it should be just balanced in the education. So we need to have the fun part, and we need to have the part when you understand you need to put extra efforts in order to achieve your greatest goal. I hope I answered your question,
Yes, that's
Sherry.
fine. I have a short follow-up, and I want all three of our speakers to answer this. Do you think that when they go into the classroom, should they turn their cell phones over and not look at their cell phones while they're in class? How about that?
I love answering this question, especially. And when we talk about current reforms in education system, I think one of the greatest things we have done with our books, school books, is providing an opportunity to use their phones with the books. We have these interesting tasks that you can do only by using your phone. And I guess this is also a good strategy. We are not saying the students, you are not allowed to use your phones. We say, okay, welcome, use your phones, but just use them in a meaningful way. And I guess this is also an important step that our government has taken, how to engage technologies more in education, but engage in a meaningful way. This is the thing that is, it's not okay when the students is using the phone to, I don't know, to do something else than learning during the class. But when you're guiding the process, you can get even better results. So I guess it's okay if it's used in a meaningful way. And if it is not used, then the teacher has something to think about, how to strategize to use it in a meaningful way.
Absolutely. Like, in the KECTIL program, I started out by having long interviews with thought leaders in major universities in the United States, thinking, okay, this will be very interesting. The youth didn't listen to these wonderful interviews because they were 1 hour long. So I had to break them up into bits and say part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. So then they listened, because it was broken up, and they had short attention spans, and they want to listen to each little piece one at a time. But Ms. Murkachin, and I may be saying your name wrong, and I hopefully not, but I'd love to hear, what do you think about social media, the impact on education, and any other comments that you'd like to make about that, as well as attention span?
Thank you for the question. Everything can be positive and negative. Social medias. I also think about the social media the same thing. Here is not important what social media says, but it's important how I read, listen, and participate, and how I understand about it. How is my attitude about it? And we, in education, while doing the changes, what refers to what happens in Armenia 9 in the content, but it refers to understanding, listening, attitude, like it goes and refers to this one. If I have a critical thinking, if I have such kind of thinking ability, he knows how to attitude, how to behave, how he can use it in favor of him. every kind of information he can just search, he can just correct it in different kinds of informational, or just it is enough for him to understand. If we want to develop critical thinking ability, this is we can say that social media is can be negative for us, but if I have thinking abilities, how I can communicate, how I can use it, I think that it's a very good thing and we should surely use it. I would like to add that technology, we don't have any kind of problems about the usage technologies with the use and among the children, but we have the problem with elderly people, and we always just learn them how to use it, but also especially in Armenia, in the world, but especially in Armenia, we have students, youth, even kindergarten children can use telephone and other like social media technologies better than our teachers, our lecturers, and here the dialogue between the teacher and student, between the student and the lecturer, in order to be on the same platform, on the same level. Especially we take into account the teachers, because they have from the previous generations, they have another values, they have another attitude. The person who can't overcome this level and learn all this and use it, very suddenly he can face problem. The first one is the value system, because they think that a world is going just to be destroyed because these new things can destroy. And second one, this teacher cannot be interesting for the student, because the student knows, can learn everything, take everything easier than any kind of resource, but the teacher can't. Here we have a big problem. That's why we have is this educational development center, the target group here we have as teachers, in order to support, to help, in order to overcome these challenges and go ahead. I would like to bring an example. We, during our changes at the beginning, we pay attention to the development of the critical thinking and also changes. Also, the types of exam, one of them, grade 9 students, they should not just pass the test about on the subject literature and history, but they are going to write an integrated essay when they are having graduation exam from history and literature. They should, in this case, take one problem from literature or history, and they are going to write an essay about this problem as a task. We try to learn our students how to write essay, not only for learners but also to teach the teachers. The students use AI to write the AI. They just ask the AI, and for example, the teacher who knows about AI, he can see that the student. The student who has asked the AI has corrected the essay, or he had just copied the essay and hand out it. Here there is a big problem. There are a lot of works and students have spreadly just, and students also in their research works have started using AI, and the first like assistant for them is AI, and in this case student or teacher who has such kind of, who knows how to use AI, they understand how the student has used the AI, how much, which one is like, which part the student has done, which part is by AI, how they have worked out. I always advise my student to use it, but always take the approach, take the idea, but also they have they have to edit, to change, because AI gives them the whole basis of the system of the information, how we can think structurally. But all of this, how we are going just to create, how we are going to edit, this is a big problem. And this is the ability that we want to develop during these changes.
این اساس
I would like to continue Mrs. Makarchan connected with ethic problems, but also the problem how we use in the lecture room the AI. While just I would like to talk about the experience with my students during the year. I always encourage my students what AI tools they have used and to describe it, and also just to mention AI like a reference and to write about it like an academic method, because I don't believe that that in the world people will have an opportunity to have without applying for apply to help them starting from the structure, how to construct this research. We work and we know about it. I always encourage them to keep the ethic norms, because I'm sure while working with them I should teach them ethic than cheating me, because I know that they will use AI. And we have used different things in the end when we were just summarizing the year. AI has been used in here in Armenian language only just a year, and one of our students has done a research where at the end of his research, my student has described what AI tools he has used, how he has used, how much he has used, and just describing and and everything he was just representing, and he was encouraged that he has used it literally, and how he has integrated in AI tool, and in the classrooms, in the lecture halls, the usage of technology in social medias can be the best thing, but we can't do without them. We can't stand without them, because, for example, as for me, I wouldn't be here if Garik hasn't written me on Facebook. How we can gather, how can Teach for Armenia announce or gather his students. This social media is a very important tool, and I believe and I assure you that we can't do anything if we don't have any social media and we are not in it. And if we don't have social media, but many people are here together from, and we listen, and many people listen us. We can do with the audience, we can do in order to take their interest, to make them be interested. And I am sure when they are in the lecture room, when they have when they have especially when they have a task, when they are going to be graded, this can be social media can be like a good motivation for the with the students. An example from my experience, there was an observation during my lessons, and the observer has written there is a rule that the students shouldn't use a telephone. And when I was reading observation and saw about this rule, I said that we don't have such kind of rule. Everyone can come when they want. They can use if they like. If they are interested in my subjects, they can come in time. They can be will listen to me with great interest during the whole process, and can go whenever they want. And here we can see go towards to their we can't catch them in this case, but we can do we should try not to be old for them, not to be boring for them, and try to be with them and understand them with the people who are 18, 20 years. And it's very important for the educators of the universities.
has been fantastic, and I think we've talked about some of the core issues that are facing you. And as you put in this new curriculum system, as you are perfecting the educational system in Armenia, these are all the issues that matter, all about AI, computers, social media. This is what you're all going to be struggling with. So I have one final question just for short answer because we're running out of time. We're now in 2025. Okay, how are you going to define success of the educational system in 2050, and how do parents play a role in this? We know that there's a successful educational system is a partnership between the youth themselves that need to work hard and be motivated, as we talked about, a government that supports wonderful educational programs and acts as leaders, and then the parents are part of that partnership. And they have to, and with all of these wonderful youth leaders, maybe in the next 10 years, you're actually going to be parents, right? How are you going to put your own youth through the educational program, and how are you going to raise your youth to work with social media, with AI, and to become not even Armenian leaders, but global leaders? So just short answer from all three of you. Okay, we'll start with you, please. No, start, please. Yes, and yes, please. Oh, didn't hear the question. Okay. Go ahead. And
I agree with you. The most successful education is on where there is cooperation, and now we try to do the same thing. When the experts have written, the groups have been written our educational standards. First time in Armenian society, like it wasn't like obligatory for the school, but first of all, it was put under the discussion in order to make everyone know who are interested in education. It can be student, there can be political, it can be teachers who have desires, who want to work out to create. This is for the first time in Armenian, and we have a big reflection on it, a big review. More it was criticized than supported, but we could just break down the barrier wall, and it was really a very good thing, and our society step by step started to get used to it. And first of all, it's very important to cooperate, and it's to know about everyone's opinions, and besides it, everyone should know about their just rights, and they can be a participant of this process. Unfortunately, our here nowadays we have parents who have passed through the bad war, earthquake, such kind of bad thing, and they are from this generation. As for me, one of them, I am one of them, and I have only 15 minutes lessons. All the teachers came. You have that your homework will, because it was cold, because it was dark, we didn't have any kind of opportunity to have our lessons. And family who supports the role of education, they always motivate to learn. Nowadays we have a generation of parents who haven't passed the school, or just have a bad school, and this is a process where we have a program which called parenting, where we not only to work like teacher, student, but also to explain the parents what we do, why is it being done, and this is one of the most important things to just have a success in this field.
Again, a great question, and also a philosophical one. We could have been talking about this like for, I guess, days, but I will try to be brief, keep it brief. So at Teach for Armenia, we have this notion of leadership at every level. Lead yourself, lead your community, and lead the nation or the system. All of these can be kind of defined under an umbrella of collective leadership, what is called. And by saying collective leadership, we mean that if we want to have successful education, if we want to have successful future for the coming generations, this can be achieved through collective efforts. And by saying collective efforts, we mean parents, students, teachers, the whole community. Because only with the help of the whole community you can achieve successful fruits of a good education. What is successful education and how can it be defined? That's a hard question, and I guess it has been defined so many times and still needs to be defined in the future. But for right now, what my personal opinion is that a successful education is the education that provides you the opportunity to define education for yourself. That's the thing we believe in, I guess. And by saying student leaders, teacher leaders, we mean leaders who also know how to define things for themselves and how to get the inner motivation to achieve their education in the best way possible that they believe in.
Thank you. Would you like to give some final comments, please?
Շնորհակալություն
To summarize, I would like to thank for this event, for organizing, who have come here on Saturday early mornings and to listen to us and listen our discussions about education. Majority, they either know about it or just think about it. In some questions, in some problems, the problem is not just about the truth, but also about the persuasion, about the principles. We were talking about social media, about AI, to use or not, but also everything just based on our experience. The most important things that we should take from here, to have your own principles based on your experience, because this is the most important things that you can have for you. It's very important. In order just the things that we have told you to just develop critical thinking, but we just talk about it because we have a lot of just experience in this and we have a lot of outcomes in this. But it's not the final truth for us, but it's one of the most component in education in order to work, to think in education. If it's not mathematics, if it's not algebra, or just humanitarian topics, this is not the final truth. Even AI is not the final truth. It's very important to have your own attitude, value, critical thinking, and this is it is the best educating approach for you. And any kind of educational experience you can make your own if you just behave yourself. In this case, just entering.
Give our wonderful a round of applause. Thank you for addressing these really critical issues facing youth today. And as we said, all the youth in this room, they're both students and one day they'll be parents. And so I'm sure they're benefiting from all of your comments. Thank you.
Thank you once again. I wanted to apologize for the technical issues in the beginning, but as Ms. Makarcham mentioned, it is a great opportunity to listen some Armenian because you are in Armenia, and we are really happy to give you opportunity to hear this beautiful language and try to think about it. And as Ms. Gazaria mentioned, so we give you food for thought today. We don't give you the final ideas, but we give you a way, different points of view to think about it. And that's what is the goal of this forum. So I would like to thank you once again, all our speakers, our panelists, and also the moderator, sharing those. And I would like to invite you to stay also, if you have time, to listen to the next panel, because it's about the success stories of the KECTIL colleagues. Because most of you asked me what is KECTIL program, and I would like you to invite you to stay and listen to the success stories to see what achievements had our KECTIL colleagues all over the world. If not, I would be very happy to walk you out, and I would pass the word to Goharik to moderate the next panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Such an interesting panel. Thank you so much. Very interesting. Thank you so much. It was a great panel. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
So now, guys, we have our next panel. Did you remember who were our panelists? So you can come here. Yes. KECTIL colleagues should come sit here. That's right.
Was it good? Translation? It was okay? Not me. I can't talk now because I'm on this.
So I know that we are late 30 minutes, but we'll end this a bit earlier, so we'll have time management, because it's my favorite thing, actually, as you got. Yes. And now, I'm sure that you are very interested to know what kind of opportunities KECTIL can bring, what kind of opportunities you can take from KECTIL program. And we have here people who already actually got different opportunities in their ways. Actually, I can start, and then I have some questions which will highlight, and you will understand what you can do during the KECTIL program. And of course, we can, during just this one panel discussion, like highlight or discover the all opportunities that KECTIL have, but you can a bit understand and you can find yourself there. Just this, thank you very much. Yes, successful stories of young KECTIL colleagues. Then, I am Gohar, you know, and I was the first KECTIL member from Armenia. I went to the United States, I represented Armenia there, and it was very nice, because I learned new countries' names. Like, I didn't even know that Sierra Leone country exists. Like, I didn't know about Papua New Guinea. Like, I have never heard about these countries. I was ashamed, but I got as well that about Armenia, a lot of people, they don't know. And it's okay. And KECTIL program is about to know more each other, about each country, and what kind of opportunities we have. So I will try to answer a bit about Armenian perspective, what kind of opportunities we got, and then I will ask separately each of you to say that what you learned, what kind of opportunities you had. The first thing I would like to say that I became a board member of the KECTIL program. Of course, it was a long-term process. Like, I didn't just finish KECTIL program and I became a board member. It's not possible. You should be very active, very authentic. You should do a lot of volunteering work, and you should really be careful and very authentic towards the goals that you have. So we don't need to say that I will do a lot of volunteering work to become a board member. No, it doesn't work. you should really believe that the work that you do for the world, it's beneficial for both sides. And when I became a board member of the KECTIL program, I got more opportunities to be connected with more than actually 8,000 people from 120 countries. And it's a lot, actually. Now I can say that I have friends from everywhere really. Then, actually, I got the opportunity to create a KECTILarmenia. I'm not sure you have seen or not, but this is already the second year that we do such kind of activities. And 1 year brought us here to invite such people to Armenia. But till reach there, we did a lot of different activities. And one of these was about cultural exchanges, what I would like to speak. And now actually we have 2 speakers who participated voluntarily. They represented during KECTILarmenia cultural exchanges their countries, Hamza and also Sevara from Kazakhstan and Hamza from Palestine. And 1 year after, they are in Armenia. So I think that's a successful story, right? Because you are just about to think about your country, to address like issues about your country and represent your culture, and you can just appear in Armenia, in a beautiful country. So I would like that I would like to listen your, we can call it successful story also, how you're just ideas about that. Have you ever imagined that you could just participate, be a speaker during one online cultural exchange, and then 1 year, after 1 year, to get opportunity to come new country? We can start from Hamza.
Bismillah. Okay, hi guys. As you know, I'm Hamza. I'm from Palestine. I'm a 5th-year medical student. I'm an activist, influencer, photographer, videographer, blah, blah, blah, a lot of things. So actually, when I started the KECTIL program, I was telling the story yesterday to Sherry. When I started the KECTIL program, when I got the acceptance email, I didn't see it. It just went to spam. And then, like 2 weeks later, I found Sherry sending me an email telling me, hi Hamza, you're the only participant from Palestine and I would like to have a Zoom meeting with you. So I was like, who's Sherry? And then at the end of the email, I read that the KECTIL program and stuff. So I was like, oh, Sherry from the KECTIL program. I got accepted. And then I just went through the spam. So, yeah, I really got accepted. And that was like my first step in the KECTIL program. I had a Zoom meeting with Sherry. I told her more about Palestine, and it was the beginning of the war back then, like the Gaza war back then. So I told her more about it, and it was really a nice chance to talk about Palestine back then. Then after that, with the KECTIL program, also we made a podcast about Palestine. They have their own podcast, so they made an episode specially for Palestine. It was about 40 minutes, I guess. Just kept talking. So it was real nice. After that, I met Goharek. She was making a cultural exchange webinar about Palestine, Armenia, and Ukraine. We met Alexandra too back then. And then after that, we have this conference. So Goharek was sending me a message, Hamza, are you free at 15th May? And I was like, why? She said, I want you to come to Armenia. I thought she was joking. I was completely thinking that she was joking. I told her, oh yeah, of course, why not? And then a month later, she's sending me, Hamza, can I have your passport? I want to buy you tickets. And I was like, man, you're not joking. And now I'm here. So I think that there is a story that I like since I was a child. This story is about a rabbit and a turtle who was having a race. So the rabbit, they started the race. You know that the rabbit is very fast, the turtle is slow. So the rabbit just went very quickly. He was running, and when he almost reached the end, he got tired. So he looked back, he didn't see the turtle. So he just think, okay, I have time. He went at a near tree and got a rest, got a nap. and he just fell in the nap. And the turtle kept walking, walking slowly, slowly, slowly, slowly, until she passed the rabbit and just she won the race. Now, what this has to do with anything? Small steps that small steps that you continue making are the one who are the steps that makes progress. If you are like the rabbit, like you just suddenly become something big and you just want to open, like, for example, a big, what do they call it? Like you want to make something very big and you just start, you're starting very excited and stuff like this, and it's your first time, you'll just be completely burned out at the end. Like even if you reach the end, like that's if you reach the end. So what I like in my lifestyle, to have small steps, one at a time, but you got continue these steps. You shouldn't stop at all. Like you'll have burnouts during your trip. You'll have sad days. You'll have very bad days. But like you shouldn't make these bad days control you. The difference between a successful person and a normal person is that the successful person continued his way. Like, for example, if we take Sherry, I'm sure that she didn't just make the KECTIL program out of nowhere. Like, she started really small. She started with 200 people. And when you say 200 people, like, when you look at KECTIL program, I think it has more than 2,000 people now, 4,000. So if you look at the KECTIL program back then, it was like only 200 people, like, who think it will just become like this. So it's the small steps that matter. So you gotta continue these steps and continue your way. And find me something say something that's a little far away from this story. Is it okay?
It was fine. It was very interesting to hear, actually, because yes, like here we saw that we value things which are going on the world, because for us everything is interesting and everything is important, and this is a platform where you really can share about your stories. And not only I'm like addressing to Armenians, I'm addressing every single country representative here, because we have representatives from Middle Eastern countries and from Kazakhstan and from India as well. So, and YouTube, yes, hello, like everyone there, and YouTube. So I would like to say that before going there, so this is one opportunity. So you can be very active, and maybe someday you will be invited to a new country, very new country, for you to be a speaker, because you already got this experience. And I was 2 times, I represented KECTIL program in different countries. One was in South Africa. For me, it was one of the best adventures I got during my life, because I'm Armenian girl. We have never think about to go to Africa, even the South Africa. You already imagine where it is. But it was because of KECTIL program that I got selected, and with support of Sherry that I went there. And of course, it was one of the most interesting programs for me. And I tell there about the KECTIL program, and we got new people from that countries as well. And also, I would like to share my second, it's not about my second successful story, just I think I would like to share a video. And the second one is in Egypt, in Luxor city, when I represented Armenia there as a KECTIL colleague. We talk a lot about KECTIL program. I met there Mina Fangari, and also, yes, different people, and then I got the idea. I would like to organize a webinar with Middle Eastern countries, because they are very interesting, and invite them Armenia. And with support of Sherry and the KECTIL program, you are now here. So I think this is a successful event that we have right now. Besides this travelings, which is also very important, but we have things which are, I think, sometimes better and more important to have. This is knowledge, actually. And I would like to ask you right now to speak about the thing, like life-changing lessons that you got. I know that you are just newcomers and you got only 1 or 2 assignments to do, but actually the first one is like the strongest one and the most motivated one. But I would like to hear what kind of things you learned from the KECTIL lessons, because as you got, the KECTIL program is a 1-year leadership online program with 7 modules. During every module, you learn a lot of things. I can't just count or say how much things I learned, but I would like to hear from you your one life-changing lesson that you got from the KECTIL program. So who would like to start?
Can I say, or?
You can.
Okay, so in Palestine, we have this thing that's a competition between each college. Each college has a team out of 20 people. This competition is a 1-year competition. So we work for a company back in Palestine. It's called Jawal. It's a telecom company. So the team that get more sales, more social media engagement on their social media page, he will win the first place. We have first, second, third place. So I came in this competition in the middle, after 6 months of its start. My team, like my college team, it was around only 13 people, and most of them has no idea what the competition is. It was a dead team. I got into the team, and they were just saying, "Hi, Hamza, welcome to the new team. How about you become the leader of the team?" I was like, I just got in. And they were like, it's okay, you can be a leader. So what I learned from the KECTIL program, the leadership, what's the word? Okay. The leadership that I learned from the KECTIL program, so I started applying it in real life situation. And from a dead team to in only 6 months, we got the second place in the competition. While there was teams that worked all around the year, we just got through them. And if the competition was 1 month, if it got, we got the results in June. If we got the results in July, we would have been the first place, as the manager told me. So that's something that I actually learned in real life from the KECTIL program. So I'm really thankful.
Thank you very much. Now let's hear Sevara Imadnitova from Kazakhstan.
Yeah. Hello everyone, my name is Sevara Imamadinova and I'm from Kazakhstan. First of all, I would like to say thank you for this great opportunity to grow. The KECTIL program, I guess, gave me great opportunity to grow mentally, I guess, because in this a program we have a lot of thought-provoking questions, and you didn't find the answer from the internet or somewhere else. You have to just think and tell about your country, your experience. I guess this is wonderful. So at that time, I guess I was in this kind of a stressful year, because I was graduating my bachelor degree, and I was thinking about what to do next, and it was exactly wonderful program to think about this in which way I have to grow, because if you join this program, you can see different topics which you were very interested in. I didn't think about financial stuff, and there you have one document where you can just write your how much money you spend, for example, for this kind of things. And I was really amazed what kind of opportunities the KECTIL program give us young leaders to become very successful. And after this program, I met Gohari from Armenia, and she invited me to say about our country. It was my first experience to represent my country. And then after this program, in our country, in Kazakhstan, we have a wonderful opportunity for also a young generation. It is called Bolashak program. In there, we have also interview. thanks to these questions, I guess I can like start thinking like critically about like different topics, and want this wonderful opportunity like to study abroad, and I really advise everyone like to start. Don't be afraid to apply for this kind of program, because it's wonderful like to grow, to know about countries, and to grow as a leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Of course, they are things which are connected with each other, and everything that we learned during the KECTIL program, we can use everywhere. I remember that we had a module, it was social entrepreneurship, and business. We had business canvas, and I was studying in marketing in at the French University in Armenia. It was like, it was during the summer that I learned already business canvas models. And I went to university, and it was my third year of university, and we are starting to learn how to make canvas. We spent 2 months to learn how to do it, but I already knew it because of KECTIL program. And I passed very easily my exam. I even didn't prepare of it because I already knew about that. Thank you very much for sharing this example as well. Just would like to say that with the KECTIL program, we tried to connect different nations. I don't remember which third country we had with Armenia, Kazakhstan. I don't remember the third country, but we tried to bridge, like we tried to connect three different countries, like Kazakhstan, Armenia, and for example, Ghana. Palestine, Armenia, and Ukraine, we connected. We get speakers from very different backgrounds and countries, and they just joined to the Zoom, and they didn't even know that such countries exist. So it is wonderful. You can just participate. We are going to do this summer as well. So I would like to go forward, and we have here Fatima Rahman from Iran. Fatima Rahman is a newcomer KECTIL colleague from this year, but she is already here. She applied for our program, and I would like to ask you the same question. During these 2 months, what interesting thing you got from the model that you already managed to pass through?
Okay, so hello, my name is Fatima Rahman. I'm from Iran. You can call me Ghazala as well. Now I study in Italy, Rome, at Sapienza University of Rome. And to be honest, I want to start with that. As an Iranian, it's an unfortunate thing to say that we don't have a lot of opportunities like this. And I'm really grateful and appreciative for this opportunity that I have today to be here. And it means so much to me. I was really looking for a leadership program because I really wanted to grow in this field and to learn more about this. And I believe that especially nowadays in Iran, we need more leaders, and we need people to have positive changes and make positive changes in my country. So in the first session that KECTIL was actually released, I would say, yeah. I learned from Sherry, was talking about like, we will die one day, and we should think about that. And actually that is a really good perspective to think through life, and to be more aware of what we're doing right now. And yeah, true. And after that, one thing that I really like that Sherry mentioned was we need to help others, and others won't forget this. And maybe years later, they come to you and they will talk about that. And that really was that really changed my mindset to really help others, young leaders, and I mean anybody, because especially in my country, as I mentioned, there are not so many opportunities, and I was like, I would like to help my people in my country so that they can grow as well. Also, I learned that to change, in the second session, we learned that it's really good if you want to change a community, it's better to start with a small group of people. It's better to just make a community of young leaders and young generations that want to have positive changes. And then if you want to stand for corruptions, it's better to start with small communities and then grow that community to be stronger, and then maybe we can change our community. And we cannot start with the government in the first place because we don't have the power and money and everything. So yeah, that's what I learned so far.
Thank you very much. Actually, you have a lot of things to learn for there, because you have more 6 modules to learn. But the next thing I would like to say, and come with speaking with Omaima, if I'm not mistaken. So just would like to say something. With KECTILArmenia, we are organizing different interesting language courses for Armenians. And of course, we also organize Armenian language courses for our international colleagues. The last year, we got 20 participants from different countries who learned Armenian language with Astrid, with our colleague, and we had very different backgrounds, and people, they started to say some words to understand Armenian, like Armenian, to make it in their bucket list to come to Armenia. And also we had Hindi language course for Armenian people. This year we are going to have other kind of language courses with KECTIL colleagues, and one of these is Arabic. And yes, Hamza always should be one of our tutors for Arabic language. So, and I didn't know Omaima before because she's a very newcomer, but I got her application to become a volunteer tutor to teach Armenian youngsters Arabic. And we got the interview. We spent approximately 30 minutes with each other. It was 2 months ago, and I said, maybe you would like also to come to Armenia to participate at a conference, because you are from Tunisia and you are very, very brilliant youngster from there. And you can continue, Omaima, so how it was started.
You said everything. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would just consider today as my successful day because my name is pronounced correctly. I believe that I have around 30 names now. Everyone is just pronouncing my name in a different way. So I would just say today is my successful day. Before just diving into what kind of success we can just consider, I would just need to hear from you guys what kind of success is located, or maybe according to you, what kind of success we can consider in just one word. So I'm gonna start with you, madam. How we can just define success to you? In one word? Okay. Yes, sir, madam. Satisfy result. Okay. Edward? Transformation. Okay. Cherry? Contribution. Great. Madam? You. Yes, you. Power. Great. So once we hear everything that is related to success, we can understand that it is defined differently according to our perspective, according to our background, according to our experiences. So we cannot define success as one thing, as one measure, let's say 1x, XYZ, or 1, 2, 3, this is success. So we don't have to be Elon Musk to be very successful. We don't have to reach the moon to be very successful and say out loud that I'm a successful person. The smallest thing that you can do in your life can be considered as success as well. So my contribution in the KECTIL has started in 2022, and I've seen that I was kind of stereotypic person at 2022 because I joined a conference that is located in Kenya, but it was online, and it had sort of biases and stereotypic thoughts about South of Africa, though I was in Africa too. But unfortunately, I thought that South Africa is always related to hunger, poverty. We cannot just go there because everything is very dangerous. So once I joined KECTIL and I knew everything related to this program, how people are contributing, how people are just interacting with each other, so everything has changed to me. And I think that my volunteering work has started since my education, because I started with international organizations. I'm pretty sure that everyone knows ISAC and everyone knows GCI. So everything is related to leadership, entrepreneurship, how to be raised and how to be treated to know how to be a good leader and change maker in the future. Later on, and I dived into how to say radio, to be a radio presenter. And I think that my experience that how to be a voice of people and citizens in my region. But I thought that it's a great opportunity to dive into international organizations so far to know more about other countries. If I'm gonna ask you guys, what do you know about Tunisia? What do you answer? Nothing, not much, exactly. This is what we said yesterday. The kind of biases, or let's say fact checking, that is highly important, because social media is always related to fake news. And of course, I mean, the different TV channels is always, I mean, related to how to lead people to what we need, especially the TV channels. So I always consider that international events like KECTIL program in Armenia is highly important to know more about each other. Because Tunisia is not always related to, it is located in North Africa and a good way and a good location just to spend your vacation in summer. It's more than that, it's deeper than that. And I'm pretty sure that I've learned a lot from Armenian guys as well, related to your ability, guys, just to interfere in the parliament, your ability just to be politicians as well, interfere in politics. This is highly important because we don't have this ability, unfortunately, in Tunisia. Of course, Egypt as well is not only related to pyramids, it's more deeper than that. And I guess that even people still know, till now, that Iraq still have certain wars, but unfortunately this is not. Oh, hopefully this is not, because Iraq currently is more developed than what you think, guys. So I always consider that those kind of international events are highly important, just to share thoughts, be more developed, and be more open-minded. I'm going to share just quick anecdote related to the governmental interference, because I was in an international organization and my colleague just asked me, where do you see yourself? Like, that was 5 years ago. She was asking me, where do you see yourself 5 years later? And I was considering that question as an HR question, like the famous HR question. Like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? This is normal, but this is not considered as ordinary question, because this is stereotypic as well. Nobody knows what's gonna happen tomorrow. How can I just interfere what's gonna happen in 5 years? So the normal question is, I don't know, but all I have to do is just to dream, keep dreaming. So I was saying, I wanna be international speaker. And she was asking, what? What kind of dream is that? It's like I was dreaming. I always have to dream, because this is always what I have to do. And hopefully, thanks to KECTILarmenia event, I'm in front of you guys, trying to be, sharing my thoughts. It's not, very successful thing that I did, but of course it's considered as one step forward to reach my success and my successful story. And thanks to the KECTIL program, thanks to Goharek, thanks to Sherry, I'm here with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was really very inspiring. I think everyone now really would like to become international speaker in some countries. So just, okay. So actually, because we don't have a lot of time, maybe I can ask to audience, if you have any kind of questions to ask about the KECTIL program, about the opportunities you might gain, you can come to here. We have a stable microphone there, and you can ask your question if you have something, some questions to know. Or if you want to give your own stories, yes, because we have KECTIL colleagues here as well. Edward, maybe you would like to share your last international experience? Okay.
Yep. So, my experience as a KECTIL colleague. So I was really happy to apply for some programs recently, and I saw an interesting program in Indonesia, Bali, and I was studying in Belgium, and I'm currently studying there, and I I came here for the conference, but at that point I was still in Belgium, and I was like, Indonesia, it's too far, but as a KECTIL colleague, I applied as a co-founder of KECTILArmenia. I described my experience on whatever we do connected with sustainability, connected with different programs, and I got funding. I got partial funding that covers everything, and I was wondering, should I go? Should I take this 18, 20 hours trip, 2 flights, each of them 9 to 10 hours, and go from Brussels, reaching Bali, Indonesia for 3 days, and to speak about KECTIL program. And I was thinking that we had exams at that period as well, so it was like really tight deadline, and I was thinking like, should I take this opportunity? And the idea that convinced me was that those people are also, they deserve to know KECTIL program, they deserve to benefit from KECTIL program, and as I have heard about the KECTIL program from Goharik, who was the first one going to KECTIL program from Armenia and coming to spread the word, maybe one of those people participating in a program from Indonesia will be the first one going there and sharing their experience, bringing that opportunities, and 1 year later, maybe they will have a conference in Bali, like KECTIL program. And this thought made me to take the opportunity. I took the opportunity. I also received financial support from KECTIL program to get there, and it was a huge support for me because I went there, I did a huge presentation on the KECTIL program, and we had different participants from all over the world, around like 30 countries, and everyone was looking, and the first thing that I showed the assignments. I showed all the assignments, and I said like, questions. Okay, each of you now gonna say which topics interest them. And each of them raised a hand and there. Like, I'm very interested in the governance. I'm very interested in climate change. I'm very interested in the mental health. I'm like, yeah, so if you're interested in one of the assignments, the other assignments will be just additional knowledge for you. And you can specialize in one and make your contribution to the KECTIL program in exactly that field. And actually, after the project, most of them texted me. After I got back like 18, 20 hours flight, I got to Brussels, I started answering the questions in WhatsApp, and I received the messages from all the participants. They were asking the questions how we can engage in the program since the beginning, since now, and I suggested them to follow our page and engage in the KECTILArmenia's ongoing programs. Many of them joined the language courses, and now they are keeping up with the program and waiting for the deadline to open, for the application to open to start applying, and maybe we will have the conference in Bali in upcoming years. We will have one in Malaysia soon. Yeah, it's not far away. And maybe some participants, we had participants from Malaysia as well. Maybe they will go there and participate and share their experience, how they heard about KECTIL program. This is my small success story that hopefully will bring the transformation that I mentioned as a success for me.
Thank you very much. I think that's enough to hear and say that, yes, I will apply for the KECTIL program because I already got this is something very important. And I saw that we don't have questions, but for the last thing, Hamza would like just to say something, and we can finalize.
Okay, guys, so it's a real nice opportunity for me to be here to speak in front of you. Like, I guess that's some kind of success. So I'd like to use this opportunity to speak like for 1 minute about Gaza. If you don't know, since the 7th of October 2023, in Palestine, in Gaza especially, a war started between Israelis and Palestinians. Every day the war kept getting worse and worse, like there is this day that all the rockets and all the genocide happens, and we say that's the worst thing that could happen. Next day it's worse, it's even worse. So it keeps going worse and worse, and now Israeli plans to do a nine-month operation in Gaza, where they're planning to move all the citizens from North Gaza to the south in Rafah, And after that, they want to move them from Rafah to Sinai Desert in Egypt. Now, I don't know if you know this or not, but Gaza is completely closed right now. Like, no one can get in Gaza, no one can get out of Gaza, no humanitarian aid comes in. There is hunger in Gaza. And so when they start this operation, it's just going to go worse and worse. And analysts say that in the best situation, almost 250,000 people will die in this operation. In Gaza, there is right now, there is more than 100,000 people who got killed. And imagine in the 9 months, the next 9 months, another 250,000 will be killed. So please, guys, speak for Gaza and stand with Gaza, with Palestine, because we really need your support, and we don't know, like, maybe the change can come from you. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Actually, this is something which is very hard to reply with some words, because as Armenian, I understand everything. But just would like to say that KECTIL supports Gaza and Palestine and the reality. So KECTIL supports reality. Thank you very much to all our panel speakers. You saw here different, we can call, levels of commitment, and you saw that what you can do from where to where you can reach with your authenticity, with your leadership, with your volunteering work. Just it is to say it, that what you can do, what you are capable to do. And now I would like to ask you to wear your t-shirts and be in 2 minutes there to take a group photo. Right after that, we will have a coffee break, and then we'll come for the next panel. Thank you very much.
Because you were not able to sit down. But if you are
Guys, just would like to say that you can start your coffee break, and we will do a picture right after coffee break, okay? You can go to eat something.
This year we have a huge number from around the global. We have added some more countries in the conference this time as before.
I think KECTIL is a place where young entrepreneurs, young leaders, and young people who are deliberate about driving positive impact in the community come together. And that is what this was all about. It was about leadership. It was about connecting with young people from across the world to bring these young people together who have shared dreams, shared goals on how they can best impact the community. I think it's just phenomenal. It's beautiful.
Well, this week has been mind-blowing, actually. It was my first time outside of my country, and just to be exposed, to be in a room full of young people in different cultures, different countries that are passionate, and to feel, just to soak in their energy and to learn so much from them. I am just empowered and ready to go back to I can't wait to go back home because I have learned so many things.
Zambia currently is undergoing a lot of issues, and one among them is youth unemployment. So I am passionate in helping individuals get aligned to employers who are looking for this. And KECTIL happened to be a vehicle through which we could spread this information.
We got involved in KECTIL through a mail that came through our university. So it was like, join this leadership program. And I decided, why not? So I took the risk, got involved, and ever since then it has been an evolving journey of leadership, honing into my skills and using it to accelerate impact.
It has been really an amazing week here, and I realized that there are a lot of synergies in terms of the challenges in all the developing countries, and the issue of corruption coming in, unemployment. So these are all things that are really just commonalities.
And I think that we have the opportunity to change it. Work together, working with others.
The speakers were really good. I found out many interesting things which I didn't know about various countries. And I really like the topic of leadership, authentic leadership. And now I'm inspired by the passion of other people. I don't know, I just want to do something good to my country after hearing the passion, social entrepreneurship, and the work of other people.
So for me, this week has, in a word, been eye-opening because I've learned so much about various nations, and not only about the good aspects of every nation, but also the bad aspects of every nation. So it has been like a whole ride, knowing about new cultures, new people, meeting people from different countries, and also making sure that we work together to resolve our problems together.
I will be very honest, I think I was a bit skeptical coming here because what I had on my mind was a mix.
And thank you for being here, guys. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting ready to start our first panel. Let's everybody sit down, be quiet. We have an amazing panel with true global experts that we're going to be talking about non-governmental organizations. So,
Thank you so much. So in this part, we are going to speak about global non-governmental and intergovernmental organizations and about their effectiveness. I want to represent myself. I'm Suzy Tadevosyan from Armenia. Currently, I'm a KECTIL student. I'm a young European ambassador, human rights specialist, and just an active youth worker in NGO field. So let's start. And today we have our speakers. Here is Greta. She is from Armenia, and she is she's presenting NDA and HLI, and she is an partnerships and communications lead at 405 Education Alliance. So, congratulate her. Then we have Afs from Iraq. He is a general coordinator at Volunteer with US Foundation. Congratulate him. Then we have Khaled Emam from Egypt. He is in Middle East Program Associate and at Harvard Card Center. And we have Mridul. He is from India, and he is a regional youth political participation and youth peace and security coordinator at UNDP Asia Pacific. So let's move to our topic, and here I have our first question. So, you know, NGOs and all these non-governmental organizations are so important, and this is also a nice opportunity to cooperate with different countries, and NGOs in this field are really, really important. So my first question is, what are the biggest challenges that young leaders face today in your country, particularly regarding engagement in NGO and IGOs? And first, I would like to listen Greta.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to Armenia. I'm very happy to see so many strong and young leaders from Armenia and also from different parts of the world. So all these discussions, all these conferences are important because they will bring more positive changes locally and globally. And as for Suzy's question, I would say that I think that young people in Armenia, in different parts of Armenia, face two main challenges. These challenges are sustained engagement and meaningful inclusion. So I'm a person who grew up in one of the remote regions in Armenia, in Syunik. And when I was a schoolgirl, I didn't have many opportunities to take part in local or international programs. Now I look back and see that much progress has been made in this regard. Now there are many programs implemented in different parts of Armenia, not only in Yerevan, but also in different regions of Armenia. This is a good thing, this is a progress. But what's a challenge in terms of inclusion is that these young people sometimes are engaged in non-governmental organizations or international non-governmental organizations only at participation level. It means that they are not engaged in decision-making processes, they are not engaged in program designs, so their voices are not often heard or voiced. And another important challenge I would mention is that sometimes non-governmental organizations engage with the same active young people over and over again, with the young people who have more access to resources, to the English language, to networks. And as a result of this, many young people who have the potential, but they do not have the confidence to show it, they do not have the networks, or they do not have the resources, access to resources to be able to take part in these programs. Many talented young people stay underrepresented. Their voices stay underrepresented. So as part of my experience in one of the international non-governmental organizations, 4 years at National Democratic Institute, through the Katarina program, we tried to somehow remove this barrier. So we created respective platforms for young people and also other women leaders, young leaders, and people of different ages to have more access to resources, to different platforms. Nonetheless, they have the knowledge of the English language or not. And so I think this is one step forward towards tackling all the challenges that relate to youth leadership and leadership overall. Yeah, maybe this much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. Actually, I would like to highlight the non-formal education part because I also from a region and I remember how hard it was for me to learn English because in my community we didn't have English teacher, and every time I went to closer villages, another villages to learn English, and for that he checked every time I catch the car and with strangers I went to learn something, and it is really, really hard, like to say honestly. But now I'm really happy that we have this NGO sector which is taking care of non-formal education also, which is giving lots of chances to youngsters. So now, Abs, what do you think, like what you can share, and how is the situation in your country?
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Aus. I'm from Iraq. Work as a general coordinator for Volunteer With Us, one of the biggest group volunteers in Iraq. I'm so happy to be here, and I need to thank Sherry and Goharek and KECTIL to invite me to this conference. One of the big challenges for young people in Iraq is the lack of trust by official institution. That is the big lack between the young people and the government as a general. And second, we have a point is very important. You know, the Iraq every 10 years, he imposed the war. We have impact from last war with ISIS, and we already challenged ourselves and our community to never give up and speak up about our country, or make a space for our community. That's make it harder for the young people to work in community and to engagement with organization, same that local organization or the international organization. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really interesting to hear how different are the situations in different countries. And what about you, Khaled? What do you think and what you will tell us about Egypt's situation? I remember I was in Egypt to join a conference, and I really was shocked to see how much youngsters are involved in this NGO sector in Egypt. And I was so happy for that, because there are lots of stereotypes that you bring, like you broke, and now I was really happy that you are here, so you can share your thoughts and also your experience in this field.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, luckily we had Mina from Egypt who explained a lot about the Egyptian situation, and I will just echo everything he mentioned about Egypt, including issues of civic spaces, and also what you mentioned about that. Unfortunately, we mostly work with people we know, and we work with the same faces, same people. So there's lots of gatekeeping issues when it comes to NGOs and international organizations. And I was lucky to serve as a its share of the United Nations Interagency Network in Youth, working closely in all the youth issues among UN agencies, and that's a really serious issue there. But today, I want to work with you a little bit. So you need to turn your phone down, as Sherry mentioned before, because I'm going to ask you lots of questions and exercises, and there is no award, but you need to answer. So first question I have for you is, what is the difference between NGOs, like non-governmental organization, and intergovernmental organization? Can anyone just make one different, quick one? Nothing wrong and nothing right. So the title of the session, Global Non-Governmental Organization and Intergovernmental Organization. What is the difference between these two?
Non-governmental is not working with government directly, and intergovernmental is closely working with the government.
What's your name?
Mary.
Thanks a lot. That's a good answer. So basically, non-governmental organization, it's non-governmental means it's an independent organization. In different countries, there are different definitions for these NGOs, but one of the main things is it's an independent institutions, not related to governments, but intergovernmental, not just related to government, has to be based on a treaty, on an agreement. So if we want to have a treaty, like intergovernmental organization between, let's say, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, and Turkey, all of them has to sign on something, on an agreement to establish intergovernmental organizations. And during this session, I will only talk about intergovernmental organizations, the United Nations. I will not talk about NGOs, because it's already covered by our colleagues here. But I have more questions for you guys. And that's for everyone. So for the Armenian participants, only the Armenians, people from Armenia, do you trust the United Nations to solve the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict? You don't have to answer, I will just say the other statement. If you trust the United Nations, the UN, to solve your conflict, you stand up. If you don't trust the UN and you think that Armenia should rely on itself to solve this conflict, including through negotiation with Azerbaijan, you keep sitting. Is it clear? So if you think United Nations has a rule and can solve this conflict, and we should ask the UN to intervene, you stand up. If you think Armenia should focus on itself, rely on itself, and do everything possible to solve the conflict, you remain down. Will anyone stand up if you believe the UN should, or UN can play a role? Okay, good. That's a good sign about if it's effective or not effective. Now I will ask our colleagues from the Middle East, people from the Middle East, all the international actually. If you trust the United Nations to solve the war in Gaza, to stop the war in Gaza, at any moment, remain seated. If you don't trust the UN to stop the war in Gaza, stand up. Oh no, the other way around. The other way around, sorry. Yeah. So if you don't trust the UN to solve the war in Gaza, stand up. Yeah, if you don't trust, if you don't think the UN is capable to stop the war in Gaza, you stand up. Okay. Yes, yes. And of course, trust also, I mean, the UN has the capacity, is it capable to solve the war in Gaza? So, interesting, we can see now that there is a massive issue of trust when it comes to international organizations. For the first question, Armenians don't think that the UN has a capacity to solve their conflict with Azerbaijan. And most people think that Armenia should rely on itself to solve this conflict. And actually, this is not how it meant to be. The United Nations was established for one main purpose: maintain peace and security, and solve these issues and dispute between countries. And at the beginning, especially in the 90s, the UN was known to be the refugee for a small state, for small nations like Armenia and others in Gaza, to seek support from this international community when they are facing injustice, because maybe they are not capable to fight. But we can see now, especially starting from 2022, the war in Ukraine, war in Gaza, war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, that people started to lose trust in to what extent United Nations as intergovernmental organization can solve this conflict. have one more question for you in my segment, which is, if you think the UN should focus more on climate change than peacekeeping, raise your hand. If you think the UN should focus more on climate change than peacekeeping, raise your hand. Okay, cool. We have good number of people interested in climate change. And I will take this to end with a few challenges facing the United Nations in this moment as an international government organization. Is it effective? When we think about effective, first of all, we just don't think about to what extent the organization is, is stopping active conflicts, but we also think about to what extent the organization prevented conflicts, and I think they are effective. So basically think, if the UN is not there, how the world would look like. So maybe we'll have more conflicts. In the Second World War, we lost 60 million people lost their lives in one war. We don't have this anymore, so at least we have role-based orders, and conflict are less to what extent from what it happened before. However, we should be able to ask, like, okay, what is the main purpose of the UN? Maintaining peace and security, promoting human rights and development. Is the UN doing this or not? My personal opinion is not. Again, you all voted for this. Like, we look at Armenia or Gaza or anywhere else, people think that, fortunately, UN do statement, keep arguing governments to take some actions, but they have very little enforcement. They have very little power to force the US or force Russia or force Ukraine or Azerbaijan to stop active conflict. So my personal takeaway that, unfortunately, it's not that active. But why it's not active? One reason is what we were talking about now, is the purpose of the UN to work in climate change or development or education. We can argue about that. But in my personal opinion, the UN try to solve every single problem in this world, and that's not possible. And that's a challenge. So the UN, I think, in my opinion, they should go back to the core values and think again about these main purposes, which is, again, maintaining peace and security. This is the one thing that no one else can do it. Education, development, UNDP, with all respect to Miradol here, all these amazing programs, they are cool, but countries can do it themselves. They can do it through agreement. NGOs can do it, but NGOs cannot stop wars between countries. So this is first a challenge. Second, the challenge is leadership and identity. So we all here hopefully believe in the UN system as global citizens, but this is not the case with most of the UN leaders or many of the UN leaders. Because if you are a government officials in Azerbaijan or China or Egypt and you spent most of your career working for this government, and then all of a sudden now you are a UN leader, assistant secretary general, or a director of an agency. And now you have to act as if you are a global citizen and you care about the rights of citizens everywhere. It's not an easy thing. So I think another challenge is that people go to the UN with their national identity and they think about their countries back home. So in the UN, and maybe Miradol, as someone who worked closely with the UN, will echo this. We in the UN, like as Arabs, we connected together more than anyone else. African, they also feel that they are connected than anyone else. People from South America, they speak the same language, they feel they know each other. And that's a challenge. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. And yes, sometimes it is really, really hard to understand which challenge is more important, but actually all the challenges are bringing so much, we need to pay too much attention to all the challenges to overcome everything. Thank you so much. And Muridu, what do you think about the situation in India? What kind of challenges youngsters are facing currently in your country?
Yeah, thank you so much for repeating the question, because I almost forgot when you started talking about UN and UN. The question was primarily how or what young people are facing challenges in terms of engaging with, let's say, any NGO or INGO. So coming back to that, I guess one challenge that we are talking about is gatekeeping. So when we are talking about gatekeeping, let's also try to understand the other side of the story, the other reality. Yeah, the people who are working in UN or the UN itself is not an evil. Like they are not the bad people, all of them. So They don't want to engage. There must be something going on there, right? That's why these engagements are not happening properly, maybe. So two things. One is how should the engagement happen? In India, we are a country of 1.42 billion. Yeah. In this 1.42 billion, the single city, Delhi, I was talking with one of my friends yesterday from Armenia. The population of Armenia is 3 million, I guess. Yeah. Population of Delhi, just the capital of India, is 35 million. Just one city. Yeah, another city, Mumbai, another like 35 million, Kolkata, another like similar like that. So you see, now if we want to engage, just the youth population between 18 to 29, it's 27.5% of the entire population, which is like 400 million, much more than the population of US. US is the third largest country in the world. First is India, then China, then US. Much more than, that's the only the number of youth. How should UN engage so many youth? Think about it. It's very difficult. There is some way, right? So many people are attending KECTIL program. KECTIL program currently is enrolling about 4,000 young people at this particular time, yeah? But not all 4,000 people can start engaging with Sherry and be part of the decision making in KECTIL. Yeah, there should be some mechanism by which some people can be identified as a representative of all of this cohort to be able to engage meaningfully with decision-making processes. It's not just learning. Yeah, UN is organizing a lot of training programs, which are online training programs, which does not require a lot of effort, and you can join them. You can attend them, you can learn them. UN is not stopping. But in terms of meaningful engagement, how should we do it? Now, another, let's say, take example. So this time, 4,000 young people are involved. How many of 4,000 young people are already part of the board of KECTIL? Probably none. Because the current cohort is still running, yeah, it's learning. The team is slowly seeing who is taking ownership. And then they are having that trust with them. Now this trust for others can also be seen as gatekeeping. It can be seen as, okay, if Gaur is already there from Armenia, so why should Sherry engage another Armenian, because there's 196 countries in the world. Yeah, board cannot have 196 people probably, or like 300 people or 400 people. Board needs to be a small entity. Yeah. So this is also an issue. How should country decide, or how UN in a country decide which young people should be involved? And there is a trust as well, right? So you have worked with someone, there's a trust over the year, yeah, and then you want to just keep engaging with them because you know that these people can deliver. These people are trustworthy in terms of their commitment, in terms of their dedication. They also have the capabilities and expertise to be able to engage in something. So that's also realities. We need to understand that. And maybe we need to think about what can be done to probably ease out these realities. I was talking about the population. In India, the number of NGOs that are registered, yeah, 3.4 million. These are the number of NGOs registered. Now, how should an INGO work with so much of NGOs? There should be some mechanism or something needs to be done to be able to identify which NGOs are trustworthy to work with, and the relationship established over a period, right? So these are also the realities. We cannot ignore these realities. And that's how we should understand how we can do something about these realities as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, it is really, really interesting to hear what kind of challenges are you facing in your country, and it brings my attention how how it is effective to use some mechanism to overcome all these challenges. And now I would like to hear from you what kind of situations you have and about the effectiveness of overcame to all these challenges. So how do you think, how effective are all these international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and intergovernmental organizations to overcome all these challenges? Of course, the situation are too different in many countries, you know, but I would like to hear as your experience? Like, what do you think, and how to say what you are thinking about the effectiveness of overcoming all these challenges? So, Greta?
Yeah, thank you, Susie. So, as a representative of international organization who has been in the field for more than 5 years, I can state that, and I believe that international non-governmental organizations are very effective, especially for the developing countries like Armenia, because such organizations bring like critical resources, and also these organizations are important because they change the whole environment of the country. They bring global frameworks, but what's important that these international non-governmental organizations should also be locally grounded, which means that they should comply with the local context in order to be in compliance with reality, in order to implement like targeted programs and address all the issues that are in the country or in the different parts of the region. So in regard to this, I would say that I would bring an example from my experience. So as part of NDI's Katarina program, and by the way, we have also some participants here for Katarina women leaders who are also taking part in the KECTIL conference. For that, I'm proud to say that Goharik is also like one of our Katarina alumni, yeah, proudly to state. Yeah. So how effective they can be. So we conducted community engagement meetings in different parts of Armenia. And we saw that the audience of the for that community engagement meetings would include both men and women. We went to the hall and saw that instead of women, the hall was full of only with men. And we were surprised to see that in a region that was also very close to Yerevan. Sometimes we have this stereotype thinking that if the region is close to Yerevan, their mentality would be different, and women would have more like opportunities to engage in politics or in community life. But we were surprised to see that instead of women, their partners were represented to the meeting, and talking to this audience, talking to these men, we tried to explain the importance of international organization, also the importance of the meeting, the importance of inclusion. And we understood that sometimes people, when they do not engage with representatives of international organizations, when they do not have the trust, they do not want to engage with that organization. But when they took part in the meeting, when they saw that our meeting aimed to talk about the issues that the community faced, and we wanted to hear both men's and women's voices, they understood that, in fact, we are doing a good job and we are not there to harm the community or to do something else. Because sometimes when people do not know the organization, they perceive the organization, especially the international ones, as outsiders. And because of that, they do not have the willingness to engage. But with such steps, with such actions, we are able to change the perception of the people living in different parts of Armenia, and that's why I think that the role of international non-governmental organizations is important. Also, I think that international non-governmental organizations should invest a lot in local non-governmental organizations in order to ensure the sustainability of the programs, because we see that, of course, international organizations are important, but recent developments showed that they are not forever. They cannot forever stay in developing countries. Yeah, I'm talking about the shifts in the US foreign aid policies, as a result of which, you know, that the whole world, including Armenia, was influenced because of US aid funding, and many programs were suspended. And this was also one good lesson learned, that we should thanks to these international non-governmental organizations, we should ensure sustainability in order to have long-lasting impact in specific countries, regions, or parts of the country. Yeah. So for global leadership, so we should take the local leadership. We should invest in local leadership with global lens as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. And Ops, how effective are international organizations addressing issues that youngsters are facing in your country?
Okay, in 10 June 2014, Daesh came to my city and the other cities, and that make 5 million Iraqi displacement from them cities, and we already have 1.5 million from Syrian refugee in our country. The international organization playing a good role in this time, because we don't have any point from SDG points, and we don't have any local organization active to yet now. We don't have any volunteers group to in this date. We make a report, we make something, help the international organization, and my government it's very busy by meeting, don't do anything for all this refugee or Iraq displaced. In this time, the international NGO covered many of need for this humans, and building the camps, distribution non-food item and food items, and medical support, and then go to young people, the active young people, to give them a space, give them the space to talking about what the solves we should be. I think it's a good role in this time, because I'm start my work and collect my team in this time by assistance from many international NGOs, same UNICEF, same USAID, same UN volunteer already. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. And Khaled, what about Egypt?
You keep asking me about Egypt and I don't answer Egypt. No, I'm kidding. I said at the beginning I will focus on intergovernmental organization, but there is one thing I want to say about INGOs. I think international non-governmental organization, INGOs, are very effective in solidarity and sharing knowledge between countries and people in different places. So we are all here today because of INGO, which brought all of us together. You meet people from Iran, from Kazakhstan, from Georgia, and I think this is a very effective rule. Also, other INGOs like Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International and others keeps us aware about what's happening in other parts of this world. Human rights violation, conflict, from Gaza to Myanmar to Sudan. So without these INGOs, maybe it will be so difficult for us to know about what's going on in the world, because we cannot rely on governments to tell us about what's happening in other within other governments. So I think they're very effective from this rule. But what's missing and what needs to happen is this gap between the local reality and resources available for these INGOs. I mean by that there is a big mismatch between what needs to happen at the local level in each village all of us comes from, and the resources that INGOs has. INGOs cannot access all these local villages, and that's our rule, to create NGOs, and doesn't have to be a formal ones, but these kind of system that can allow people to participate not necessarily to get an economic advantage or learn something, but to participate, to be able to speak and participate. Because when we talk about equality in this world, always people talk about economic equality, but we miss the political equality. We need political equality. If we have political equality, we'll have everything else. If every person or the majority of the people of Armenia have opportunity to participate in politics at the local level, like the local people, the very ordinary people, then we'll be able to address many tough issues in this world. If they are not, if they are excluded from this, and it's only the elite, like us here in this room, we talk about their issues, then there is no hope. So again, INGOs cannot be effective in this end, and that has to be more of local-oriented approaches to allow people to participate and speak and know about what's happening in their countries, what's happening at the global level, what's happening in the governance of if their own cities or village or street or whatever. So that's being effective and not effective. And then now I will move to the intergovernmental organization. Are they effective in addressing not just youth needs, but are they fit for the purpose that they were established for? If I ask you, all of you here, a question about why war started at the beginning, anyone has one reason. Why two countries engage in a war? Yes? I can give you the mic.
From my perspective of view and the thing that I learned about Ukrainian-Russian war, due to first reason, it is by interest of Russia Federation. Second reason, land and resources of Ukrainian. And third reason, people, Ukrainian as a people and as resources. So this is three main reasons of our war. So it's my perspective of view. Thanks.
Thank you. That's our right.
Thank you for the question. Honestly, I think that considering the situation that have happened for the last 5 years, all the people, and including us, we are all the time thinking about why the wars and conflicts are happening in the world now. And I also came up with an idea, and I think the first reason, as one of our participants mentioned, it's national interest. And I'm mentioning this fact all the time when I am participating in different conferences and meetings with young people. I think that today we have an idea that every country has its own national interest, and I think that this is the basis of the conflict. Because, for example, Russia and Ukraine and other countries have their own interests, and sometimes they are crossing each other. So the second is inequality in the world, because some countries has more resources than the others. So I think that these are the two main reasons of the conflicts in the world today.
And they are all correct. So yes, as our colleagues mentioned, there is resources, border dispute, national interest. But actually people from the school of realism in politics, they say that war starts because there is no any central power in this world that can guarantee protection on all these issues. Meaning in your own neighborhood, if you live here in the center of Yerevan, maybe you have a dispute issues with your neighbor, but you will not necessarily buy weapons and fight. Why? Because maybe you trust the local authority that if injustice happens, someone gonna correct this injustice. There is police there. Unfortunately, the UN is supposed to do this job by, again, maintaining peace and security and finding solutions for these dispute issues. But countries does not trust the UN to solve their conflict. Therefore, they buy weapons, they create army, and they are ready to fight for their own national interests. So all what you said is right, but if you want to answer the question if they are effective or not effective in what? In my opinion, I go back to the origin, maintaining peace and security, and to this extent, unfortunately, again, governments and people don't yet trust the UN to be capable to quickly and immediately solve the dispute. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one more comment.
Yeah, so you made a very interesting point that intergovernmental organizations are based on contract, right? I'm a lawyer, so I love to read contracts and think about what the rights of all the parties are. I think we need to give the UN a break, because if we read the contract that the UN, that countries sign when they come to the UN, it does not say we give up our sovereignty to the United Nations. It does not say that we will agree that you can tell us when to enter into a war or when not to enter into a war. They're not giving up anything. They're agreeing to join a group for discussion. And so as much as all of us want to say or blame the United Nations for conflicts, they don't have the power to end a conflict because that contract doesn't give them the right to solve the dispute. Okay, and that's a legal way of looking at it, but it's true. All of these countries have their own sovereignty, and the UN can tell them anything they want, but they don't have to do it because the contract isn't strong enough. Now, if the contract was strong enough, we'd have one government for the whole world, and we would all be states. And maybe that works well, maybe it doesn't, but it's not what we have. It's not what we have. When you look at the European Union, for example, when the European Union signed its contract, okay, it actually gave up a lot of its rights, okay, to the European Union. All of the countries now, there's a European Court of Justice. There's a law in the European Union that says its laws are supreme over all the other laws of the countries in Europe. And so when, if a country in Europe makes a rule which is inconsistent with the European Union, they can take that up to the European Court of Justice. And so they have a different kind of contract among those countries, which you can almost start thinking of them as states instead of countries because of the actual wording of the contract of the European Union. Okay. But the United Nations is a discussion group. If we wanted to all change it into a organization that actually decides conflicts, we got to change the contract. That's a heavy lift. That's not going to happen, okay? Because every country wants its own authority. So when we say, do we trust the UN to solve conflicts, then you're asking them to do something more than what the rights they have in their contract.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, as a lawyers, I think we can debate a lot.
So that's my legal.
I just want to say 30 seconds. I totally agree with you, Sherry, on this point that in Europe, people give part of their sovereignty in exchange of something strong that this organization has to do. But I think the UN and the UN contract, the UN Charter, of course, has so much power, at least in theory, to interfere in conflict. Actually, this is the main purpose of the organization. So basically, till the 90s, yes, countries were using sovereignty, saying, it's my own country, let me deal with my own people. And then we had all these massive atrocities in Bosnia and Rwanda and others. So the international law changed a lot with the responsibility to protect. And they were like, okay, sovereignty is not right. It's responsibility to protect the people from sovereignty.
What rights were given up to the United Nations by each country when they joined the United Nations? And that's kind of the list of the contract. And maybe it should be different. You know, maybe that's the discussion we should have. Should they amend the contract? You know,
I agree with you, and I think this is a good discussion, a good debate. And yes, I think actually the contract is not strong enough. But I'm saying within the contract, the UN still has the 3 principles. So basically, it's up to you to solve the conflict peacefully. But if you are not able, then the international community must intervene to protect civilians from atrocities, including with force. That's why we have UN Security Council. So the UN can tomorrow ask member states to deploy forces in Rwanda or in DRC where there's an active conflict, or in Gaza, in theory. In practice, unfortunately, this is not happening. That's why I'm saying we don't trust. Because if you want to deploy forces in Gaza tomorrow, then there is powerful state will use veto in the UN Security Council to say no. Same in Ukraine, same in any other places. So in contract, we have it. In practice, I agree with you, we don't. But.
Thank you so much. Actually, at some point I agree with Sherry, and I think that all the countries have a right to be independent and make their own decisions, but we need international bodies to help countries to create good governance and also good relationships, let's say, because, you know, there is a nice saying, it says, my rights ends the place when your rights is starting. So the most important thing here is to help help government to be better and to create a good relationship between each other. So thank you so much. And Meridian, if you want to add your thoughts about this, you can add, and then we can move to the other questions.
Sure, so I'll be a bit short. The kind of effectiveness when we are talking about, and again, coming back to the question of effectiveness for youth or effectiveness on youth issues, then war is not the only issue that youth are having. That's one of the things. Like if you, at this point of time, many of you are studying international relations, how many current multi-country wars you already know? Like maybe 5, maybe 6, yeah, but not that many. Yeah, which means like there are currently about 11 or 12 countries which are having war with one another. But there are other kind of conflicts that are there. There are other issues as well. So at this point of time, take an example of Armenia and Azerbaijan, right? Peace treaty is already being discussed. You had the last war, I guess, in 2020, 21. Yeah, so there has been some time. Since then, what is happening? Has all the issues been resolved? Are you not having enough government support to do this? Probably not. And that's why there is a need of other stakeholders as well. So while, and we also need to think that not having war, if someone is from peace and conflict studies, not having war is a negative perspective of peace building. Yeah, not having war. But actually, peace building is much more beyond that, not having any conflict. Much more beyond that. There was reason, like national interest is there, but beyond the national interest, there are many times people go into armed conflict. So I'm not saying only about countries fighting with each other, but internal conflict. So currently there are about like 56 or I don't know, maybe much more, between 50 to 100 conflicts ongoing. In many times, those conflicts are a result of human rights violations, people not getting their rights, people not happy with the kind of situations they are in. So someone needs to work on it. Let's not forget that the world is really big. We are sitting here maybe about few which are closer to us, but then think about Pacific countries. Yeah, it's easy to say if UN should work on climate or not, but think about it. In Pacific countries, no one is at war with each other. No one. But they are having sea level rise. The climate change impact is actually worsening situations for them, worsening situation for their livelihood. Their survival is dependent on how soon this climate change impact can be reversed or can be stopped. So there is an existence crisis there as well. They are also a threat. They are living in fear. What will happen to our livelihood and our society? So, like, if we see from that point of view, someone needs to do something for them as well. Yeah, if those countries are so far, why will Russia think for them? Why will India think for them if they are so far for them? Yeah, so someone needs to also bring attention. Okay, fine, war is there, but someone else also needs to be done. And that's why there are like, probably, I'm not sure, I have not read much about like how when United Nations was having primary mandate of peace and security, how it grew to also climate change and this and that, and now we have 17 SDGs. Yeah, so livelihood is also there, hunger is also there, gender equality is also there, because someone needs to do something about these as well. These are also, peace building is a very umbrella term. People are going on fight not just because of one issue. There are much more issues and these things, or not just fight, but like in conflict. So there are many issues that needs to be worked upon, and UN and other INGs are trying to do something about it. Take example of your own countries. Yeah, if you want to learn about leadership, are you looking for any government training program or a NGO or an INGO training it? Probably INGO or NGO, yeah? If many of you might be working with INGOs here, or sorry, or maybe NGOs, yeah? Your organization, are you applying for funding to the government funding, or let's say the intergovernmental or UN funding? Probably them. So your work is being affected by them, you're getting trainings for them, this is the efficiency, right? We cannot like skip that part. Government might not be able to do this. I have a stat, if I can share very briefly. So Government of India, I was checking their budget. Yeah, yesterday we were talking about these anti-corruption things. So we need to follow where the money is going, and then you can see like how efficient the systems are. Take an example of a country like India. I was checking the budget. The budget of the Government of India for Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports was about, okay, it's weird, like I forget the conversion between million and billions because we use lakh and crores. I guess some Iranians might know that. We have 2,000 crores. Okay, just take the normal number, you will be able to divide something about 2,000. Yeah, it could be million or billion, whatever. I'll give you the better breakup. The country I told is having about 400 million young people. Yeah, if you divide this number, yeah, or sorry, so ministry is Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Here, I guess, also you have science and technology and youth and everything combined. Yeah, so same with Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. 1/3 goes to Department of Youth, and 2/3 goes to Department of Sports. Yeah. So on youth leadership, the country is spending about 600 crore rupees. For one young person in a country, it comes to only 15 or 16 Indian rupees, which is about like less than 20 cents, 20 US cents. Yeah. So, sorry, less than 0.20 cents. Oh, sorry, no, 20 cents, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, 20 cents, 1/5 of the dollar. Yeah. This is not even good. And this is for the whole year, not just like one day. Yeah, whole year, the Government of India, through Youth Ministry, is spending only 16 rupees per person, per young person in the country, which is not even good enough to get a sandwich. Like probably good normal sandwich in a like a 7-Eleven or these kind of showrooms. You will not even get like a sandwich in this. How should Government of India really empower young people and make them leader and make them all of these opportunities? Yeah, so of course there are other stakeholders who are needed and who are doing all of those things. How effective they are, again, we are already talking about it. There are different ways of seeing effectiveness, but these are also the realities that we need to see. Like there are not enough resources for almost everything. And to be honest, war is taking a lot of resources from the world. Like most of the budget actually goes to the military in all of these countries. If they start reducing the military cost, a lot of these youth development issues can be resolved automatically because they will have much more fund for that.
Thank you so much. As a human rights specialist, I would like to highlight the part when you said about human rights, that conflicts and everything is starting because sometimes people or the international organization, they don't pay attention on human rights, and that's why all this happens. And I would like to say that, yes, sometimes it is like this, but you know, international organizations, they are the ones who need to raise awareness and motivate people to be more careful about these topics. But the government and they are the ones who need to make decisions as they are independent. So thank you so much. And now I know that Abs wants to show us a video. Okay. Okay, then let's move to the next question. Last question. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. My city is called Mosul. Mosul is hello. Okay. My city is Mosul, is north of Iraq. It's all these cities in the world. It found in 1080 BC. We have a civilization. It's all the civilization in my city. And Daesh or ISIS come to my city and pumping many of buildings. And when I got my training in 2014, training about, sorry, I'm nervous because I remember these days. I got the training about capacity building, soft skills, and I think it's young people leadership, but it's very simple. In the training, I got and see some sample from the successful story for leaderships from all the world. And I talk with myself, we can do something. And tell my friends, 1 and 2 friends, 3. We start up by team. I think less than 10 young people, female and male. And we already name for this group, it's volunteer with us. Because we need the advocacy for the community and the Facebook posts to motivation all the community to help us. And we start up by more than 100 after this posts in Facebook. Now we have more than 6,000 volunteers person in Iraq under the name Volunteer With Us. And we make many partners with big international NGOs, same that UNICEF and UNESCO and UNDP and USAID. We start to support our community at the first when ISIS go out from my city. We go to make a project and write a proposal to return to the learning, because I think yesterday mentioned about the learning and education. It's one of the best key to relive the community or the all city have a conflict impact. This video, a short video about what happened in my city and what we doing to help the community. I need you to see it.
Thank you so much. This video was really, really sensitive, and it somehow reminds me the days that when we have war in Artsakh, and I remember how hard it was for us to just overcome all this. But at the same time, I remember that we saw so much hope in the eyes of children, in the eyes of youngsters. They were shining and they were hoping that everything will be fine. And at that time, I really, really understand that the most important and the powerful thing in this life is human and imagination of human. We are the ones who can change the world in a good way and in a bad way. So just keep in mind to do the good things and to change the world in a good way. So thank you so much. This was really sensitive, and I hope that everything will be fine with our world. And I really, really hope that all of you can see the power and the bright future in your relatives, in the eyes of the ones who are sitting next to you. Thank you so much. Yeah, and now let's move on. And if you have some questions, I'm pretty sure you have, you can go to next to the microphone and just ask your questions.
Okay, thank you so much for a thoughtful discussion. My name is Argam Movsisyan, by the way, and I'm currently a student at the American University of Armenia. And just allow me to give a few remarks, in my opinion, before I ask my questions, because we talked a lot about the intergovernmental organizations and the role they have in the world, especially the United Nations. And we spoke about what role the UN should have in conflict resolution and peace building, and we got back to the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And the main question basically was if they are actually supposed to intervene or do something. But like as far as I could remember, and like allow me if I'm wrong, I couldn't remember the time when the United Nations or the Security Council in particular made any statements regarding the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh while it has been going on for like over 30 years. Except for maybe in 1990s when it was just call for stopping the war or releasing the prisoners of war. But for 2020, again, the same thing. And as an organization, it does have 17 sustainable development goals, one of which is peacekeeping. And I think it was adopted in 2015 up until for 2030. And we are like halfway through almost. So my question here is that whether the United Nations actually, if it actually has the responsibility to intervene in any kind of conflict in the world and use its resources, or the United Nations is actually waiting for specific countries or people or individuals to apply for such kind of intervention when they find it necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. And actually, the UN has lots of resolutions on Armenia, Azerbaijan, but I agree with you. I mean, there is no any strong interventions, but there is few resolutions from the UN Security Council, also in General Assembly. There's lots of statement. To your question if the UN should intervene or not, again, the UN was created after the Second World War under the principle of never again. We will never allow this to happen again. So it's of course their main responsibility to dispute conflict, to stop conflict by peaceful means if possible, if not, to even use force. And I think that's a fundamental job of the UN. But to your last point, yes, unfortunately, we see double standards. We see that the international community did actually military interventions using the UN principles in Libya after 2011 to against al-Gaddafi, against the government of Libya. This was actually UN resolution. It wasn't the United States going alone, it was the whole world, collectively, UN Security Council to make an intervention in Libya. We didn't see this in Gaza, or in Syria, or in Ukraine and Russia. Because again, sometimes you have very powerful countries in Libya who will defend Libya. or we can also talk about other countries if we don't want to. But when the country is less powerful, when no one cares about it, then it's easy for the international community to go and play an active role, like Sudan and South Sudan. When there is powerful states involved, unfortunately, we don't see strong interventions from the international community, and that's actually one of the main reasons why the UN is not that effective, the issue of double standards. Thank you.
Thank you. And like as the second part, because we also talked about the trust of these countries in intergovernmental organizations, again, specifically the United Nations. And I understand that it's still the country's decision to take some actions and some steps, and some of them may be still reluctant to maybe, I don't know, give up their decision-making or give up their sovereignty to apply for those organizations. But I want to understand if are there actually any measures that the UN can actually take to reduce that fear and instead to increase the trust and credibility in them by those countries?
Yes, in a very short, of course. So the UN has indicators on conflict. So basically, they don't wait to see a war starting. So they have indicators to see what's going on, to what extent there is hate speech, or if governments are buying more weapons. And so they collect indicators about potential wars and conflicts, and then how they build the trust. They're supposed to play a convening role. So if something could happen between Armenia and Azerbaijan, the UN will invite both of them to sit on the table and talk about it to prevent further interventions. So, and it's not up to the state to invite the UN or not. Again, it's not up to the state, according to the law. In practice, yes, if you are a powerful state like Russia, then you don't necessarily care about the UN. You have a veto power. Actually, if you look at the last 100 years of wars, at least 4 out of 5 UN Security Council members were involved. Out of the 5 veto powers, 4 countries were involved in these wars. So you can think about it, to what extent these countries will really build peace or maintain peace and security if they are, again, major players in all these wars, like Russia, China, and the US and others.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I think we don't have time to continue and to give some other questions, but during the lunch you can give as much questions as you want, as you have speakers right next to you. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, and yeah, enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Dear friends, take your seats. We are starting the panel already. Սարան խոսելու է հայրեն ոնց կուզեք մենք թարգմանություն ունենք այ հայրեն դուք հայրեն Okay, friends, we will have the panel discussion in Armenian. And please put your hands up for the translation for those who don't speak Armenian. All of our speakers will speak Armenian today. One more notice, guys. Before starting, please keep silence because we need attention to our speakers. Whatever you do, finish it soon and concentrate all your attention because we have esteemed colleagues here who are going to present their point of view, and I think you have a lot to learn from them. So I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you are refreshed, ready to start the next panel today. The panel will be on Armenian law on youth policy, and we will have a nice discussion. Today I'm going to moderate the panel. If you don't know me yet, I'm Edward Grigorian, the co-founder of KECTILArmenia. We have today one of our speakers from Ministry, Zara Aslanyan, head of the Youth Affairs Department of the Ministry of Education, Science, Culture and Sport of Armenia. Welcome her with a round of applause, please. Our next panelist is Anna Yegoyan, expert in youth work, trainer, and member of the working group on the law of youth. We have David Markarian, president of the School of Local Democracy Foundation. And we have Diana Bazarchan, member of the European Youth Parliament. So, starting our discussion today, we will concentrate on the Armenian law on youth policy, which is a recent initiative, and we are really happy to host a discussion on it. We will start with the differentiated questions for each panelist, because I think each of you address different part of the law, and it would be interesting to look at it from different angles. So first question goes, what are the main objectives and priorities of Armenia's law on youth policy? Okay, thank you very much, and I will pass the first word to our speaker, Zara Aslanyan.
First of all, I welcome all of you. I'm going to speak in Armenian, and the translator, I'm going to translate with you. I'm glad to welcome everyone who are here for this important conference, who is participating, not only from Armenia, but also from other countries. Yes, we are glad that on this platform we have an opportunity to share all the developments that began about 1.5 years ago, approximately. And our aim is, in the history of Armenian Republic of Armenia, to work out and confirm youth political law. It was an organizational part for me, and this law goes to discover the ability of the youth and develop, taking into account their interests, to create all the opportunities for the youth, to solve the problems of the youth, and also to make them participant of the solution of this problem, and also to make them participant to make decisions. The law goes to have all these goals. There are some concepts in order to just develop and also to organize, which are youth center, youth companies, youth family, youth union, which are the subject due to this law, in order to build the youth policy. I'm very glad, and also that we are going to speak about it, that ministry hasn't done it itself, but there are a lot of processes who are going just to work out it. Here we have Anna Yeroyan, who is an expert in this, and also many colleagues who has. I'm going to tell about it a little bit later, but the main law is, in order to be able to work out, target and content youth policy, and also one more goal that we want to have in our law, to give an opportunity to the young people in their communities to have platforms, environments, where they can, all the things that I have mentioned about it, they will be able to develop, to satisfy their interest, also to have leisure time. And one more thing, targeting. When I say environment, I mean the centers for young people, and it's very important that in these centers the workers will be trained workers, which is also conferred by the law. They will have their centers, they will have their workers, but also they also need, according to the law, that there will be some workers from the municipality or the people who deal with young people's problems. They would just have in their job description what their responsibilities and duties are going to be. Again, everything is like in the law, and now there is also the further process that we have already begun. It's going to be, everything will be in the framework of the law, legislative, and these are called as legislative acts, and they also refers to the young people, how can be the trainings, who can be, what kind of quality, what kind of job duties they are. Everything will be due to this legislative, to this legislation. And also, beside this, it's very important that every community has its local policy. Young people also, they will have financial opportunities in order to solve their problems and be able to reflect on it.
Thank you very much for addressing this important issue. Round of applause, please. Yeah. This question is really important, one for Armenia, because before we didn't have any official youth policy, and it's really important step to even improve it. So I will pass the word to Anna Yeroyan, and the question is, how do you see this law impacting youth participation in social and political life?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. I'm also very glad to be here especially there are a lot of young peoples here, and the youth participation, it's a problem who can be solved by the law. It's a method that has been worked out the law. There are a lot of hundreds of students, young people from different provinces of Armenia who have been just worked out and be in the work of this law in order to work out how they have just law is going to be like a document. It's not like a policy, but law makes a basis for the and policy makes the basis for the law. And depending on it, it depends on what kind of policy and strategy is going and how the young people have their investment in the working out to work out such kind of strategy, and in order also to show their studies, their statements. First of all, in order law what gives for the youth participation. The first one, for the first time, we understand, we give the explanation what is youth company. If in the previous any kind of group of people can be a youth company, and they can name them, but nowadays there is a strict definition, like youth company is a company that is governed, or there are or 2/3 part of the members are young people. It means that young people in their they can just they can leader the platforms where they can just figure out the problems of young people. And such kind of companies, there are some companies where we can see that the leaders of such kind of companies are not young people, but we define one hand what is the young people company, but also on the other hand give what is such kind of structure. It's like a part where you can see the aims and also the problems of young people. This is called as youth union, which we don't have in Armenian. We have different kinds of companies. They want to become like a youth union, but still we don't have. And here we can see youth like people who come not only local but also have their influence in the international different kinds of platforms. And the third point, third statement, who is the most important one, as a local environment. In the previous, in Armenia, we had only national policy, such kind of system, and this law gives all the concept, and also it faces to use policy and how we can law to make it localize it. And it is going to be youth policies that to create a local youth assemblies where they can, and when the ministry work out, when the ministry works out, use such kind of policies methodology. We are going just to use different kinds of international methodology, for example, European youth methodology, and also there should be just confirmed statements which will provide the participation of the young people. What refers to the youth participation, they are going to be solved through the strategy. If our young people, if they want to have some references and also programs in order to participate in political, in economic, they are going just to voice about it in order to be able to work out youth policy law and be able to provide their participation in these fields.
It's really important to hear your point of view as you were engaged in the team of creating the law and coordinating it. So as you mentioned, the implementation of the law, localization of the law on the community level. Yeah, I wanted to pass the word to David Markarian and ask how the law influenced your work, and do you think any changes it brought that are crucial for the change of the policy?
Thank you. I also welcome all the participants, especially the ones who are here for the first time in Armenia, and try that you are in a short visit in Armenia, try to recognize our country and discover all the people who are close to you, not just a friend, but also to use later in your activities, in your in the future. I would like to tell one more that this legislation, the regulation of this legislations, they are expected because in order just to have it very early, it's very important. From the legislative form, it's important to just to ask one question: who is going just to run it? Who is we have in our municipality, but on the local places, we are going to have people who are going just to run, to I don't know, to cut the band, to act, to give money, just to from this point, like local small things. And in the framework of it, and the local municipal like community is like a stepping stone, and it's not like an accidental, and it's very important to fix when we just take into account the local municipality people like a separate like governing plight, and many like a part of it are young people. They are people who are the first to reflect, to answer, to participate, to answer like the questions that arise in the environment. From this point of view, this law will give the law about the youth policy will be broadened, because especially for the people, for the young people who are working in the community, who are not like legislative or just everyday like a local person, who in the place like in the communities will work there, will be able to work with the communities, and also to have inter-community just relations. One more thing I would like, with the law we have clearly written that it should be like in the policy of the local municipality in order to develop it. And one more time, it is clearly fixed that in the community there are a lot of work to be done, and it is important not to leave the communities alone. It should be they need freedom, but it's we don't just leave them to be free totally, because we don't know what is going to be later.
Thank you for the opportunity. If it's okay, I'd like to make it more accessible and speak in English. So I think that we are on the right track with the institutionalization of the policy, with the opening and future development of the youth centers, and also with the collaborating work, because I myself, as a member of European Youth Parliament, have participated and organized some events that were supported by the Ministry of Education, more specifically Ms. Hasan herself, and by providing the venues for the General Assemblies or the committee work that future enhance the education in a more relevant way. It's a big support for the NGOs and for the youth organizations for now and for the future. And also, I believe that the government also creates such opportunities, because I was a part of the youth delegation in the United Nations. And each country should at least try to, they should apply for that position. So Armenia tried and applied for several years. So I think it's on the right track for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think when we are speaking about the youth policy, it's important to consider how you feel that. like impact of the policy. And I really like how you elaborate on it from your personal perspective. Now I'm wondering actually what challenges arise during the implementation and creation of the project. So the question refers to Sara Aslanyan first, then Anna Yegoyan. The question is, what challenges have arisen during the development or implementation of the law?
The challenges, definitely they are. And one of the challenges is that I have mentioned in my first speech that confirming law is one thing, but to provide its usage, it's more important. And one of the most like stages when we want to get in. And also how we can provide the usage and also implementation of the law. You have to give all the tools, in order just to give them an opportunity just to be able to work, and at the same time, and as Anna Yoran has mentioned, and David also, David Menukian, Markarian has mentioned, that the same communities, how they can work out youth policy. No one can come to the community to write for something. That is why it's very important to give them like methodology to write what are the young people's challenges in their communities, how they can be solved, what are the like what common do they have, and being as a like a member of that community and being a part of it. And also on the other hand, everything should be just come out from the local policy connected with economical, cultural, educational that usually the young people face too. At this moment we are on the second stage where we are going just to work out how we can provide the documents which can provide the usage of the law. I see here, besides international students, here we have Armenian young people. I just ask, and also how the announcement by the Ministry of, and also how you about the participation announcements. And it's very important to make the young people to be a participant of this process, and there are processes where we can have experts from of the same field, but also it refers to your opinions. And I encourage you, and using this platform, to be attentive. There is a portal, elite.am, which refers to which is about the young people, and everything connected with it there are on this portal by the ministry of for its usage. And just it's very important to be able to know about it, to be aware of it, and where there is a moment you can just tell about it.
About Yerit.am, Yerit.am, which is a really interesting page where you can find a lot of information. And I discovered it after our young European ambassadors visit to the ministry, and you told us about it, and I saw that there are many opportunities there that we didn't even know about. So if you're interested, visit the page and you will find out about it. And the same question goes to Anna Yegoyan. Do you remember the question, or should I repeat it? The challenges. What lessons, just a second, what challenges have arisen during the development or implementation of this law?
It seems to me the results of the law tell about interesting, constructive, and broadened approaches about it. It could be just worked out in 2-3 months with a few experts, but we went with in another. There had been more than 50 people in the group who about a few hundred, about 500 young people have participated in the first and second draft of the law's discussion, and have worked out, especially they have been listened in at the end of the December in the National Assembly, and also e-draft in this portal too. If there is a desire, all the young people had an opportunity to participate in the working of the law, and it, instead of 2 or 3 months of week, it took more than 2-3 years. If there is only just separate one young people, it will be just different to participate. But if the main challenge is that there are legislative acts, because the targeting is going to be the young people who have some kinds of in common some problems connected with problem with the youth. They can be like a member or center who have been just gained in the framework of such kind of community, or maybe service. For example, if the person is in the working person in the service, in this case it will be difficult to find a place in the platform. So it's a challenge. It's not only that, but also youth, companies, like groups, their challenge should be. In Armenia, I have fixed for me as a problem, if we do a good research, we can find the real, but due to the previous statistics, only 10% of the young people, they are participating in different programs, but they are the same young people. But there are also young people who don't participate in different in such kind of, and the main problem is going to be how they can just include, how they can bring these young people. It's a very important problem that should be fixed, and we should just investigate, know about it and also to include all the young people who can be just leader. And also, for example, your company, you have a lot of like to be the last, just circling, like, and not to stand, but from one to pass to Tanzaman. And in this case, I think no one can be out of this process, and there is like a competitive thing. But we should just do everything that every young people can be aware of, if not participate, but just be aware of. What refers to the future challenges, I see that that the process is connected with the youth, because the young centers, young companies, they know their aims, their just goals, and from the institutional, definitely when they see the announcements, they just participate. For example, this week, there, for example, 14th, 15th, this week of May, there had been a 2 days workshop where there had been a lot of just challenges connected with the young people work. So one of the next steps will be to not formal groups creation, and in this case maybe will be such kind of just workshops where it is not obligatory, or just not willing ones who have been, for example, who have been in the first one will be like other people, not the same one. That's why be interested, just spread such kind of information. And also the last thing that I want to mention, if you go, we can find the union of youth companies, which have been founded a few years ago by some union of youth companies, and now they are just asking for new participants. And in order to till June 1st, you can just ask, you can be interested in it and apply for it, and be a part of the governing process. It's very important just to be like a part of this company. And when we are not in it, we can't just claim that we are not going just to claim about it, that it's one. as I know, on May 23rd there will be an online meeting where you can participate. Just know about it. I'm going. Just if you just ask me, I'm going. I can just give you more detailed information. The information is which which is leadered, which is governed by other youth companies, and in this case, in order just to be part of it, you have to become its participant. I think it's a little bit dog, but I think it's a practical one, and it's very important just not to note down just the problems, but also the gives us. It's a very just challenging thing for the Armenian, just unions for Armenian young people who can bring changes starting from today.
The details. I think it's very important to go to specific examples, not only speaking generally, and from your practical example. And you is really new, and not many people know about it. I think it's one of the best ways to engage all the organizations and their interest in the policy. As we speak about the challenges, I would like to address the issue also how the international level addresses these issues. And I think I will direct question to David Markarian and also to Diana Bazarchan to ask about what lessons from international youth policies could be applied to Armenia.
Thank you for the question. One thing, we are not the first people in Armenian environment about this topic, but one of the most productive ways that we can have to see, to explore, to listen more how it works. One thing is obvious for me, how interesting, in an interesting way the expert group of the ministry, they work in order to make the young people to participate. And in this case, it's very important, the approach that young people are not just the young people, not the target just group, but they are going just to be like advisors, and how it can be with them, for them, without them, or for them, with them. And in this case, in this moment, there is going to be like the logical continuing part to explore the international experience of our just colleagues, as also in order just to be able just not to have stable such kind of policy, in order not to break it down on the just lower part, to do in order to make them to be working one for the young people, and it can be working and it can be ruled, and everything that can be done like in upper in the community part, it can be just broken down, and it can be just a worse thing for it. As such kind of thing, we have a lot of things to learn, that young policy questions, problems in the local communities, in the local municipal communities, from the legislative, from they are too weak, and as a culture, they are not so spread it, and in many cases it is like something like when you a willing thing, but not a duty, like a duty. It can be like non-standard thing, but the local, municipal, many being like such kind of person to find out the productive means of community issues, and there are questions when they refer to the young people, but there are not young people participations. In this case, it not will be just productive. In this case, that is why it's very important for me to understand, to ask how we can in the local places realize the youth policy integrating young people in order to give them an opportunity to be able to assess and also to make it reality.
It was like detailed answer from the local and practical perspective. I think when we address issues, it's important to speak with those who directly face the results that we see. And thank you for elaborating from that angle. And I will pass the same question to Diana. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. What the other panelists said, I think the most relevant issue is the promotion, because I myself, I think I'm an active youth participant, but until recently, approximately 2 or 3 months ago, I didn't know about this law. And also there is a youth meaningful participation declaration by the United Nations. I knew about that, but I didn't know that Armenia is also drafting a law, which I think is the issue here, because my friends also didn't know about that. I told them because it was very interesting and very motivating for me that the government is trying. And I've heard this in somebody's speech, I don't remember whose, that the youth isn't tomorrow, it's now. And I think that this is what's under this policy, but again, the promotion isn't at its best because many people don't know about these policies and the opportunities they have. And I think that that issue should be addressed, and as David Markarian mentioned, the resources are not maybe given directly, correctly to address that issue. I don't know about that, but still, this is the result. But I think it's somehow is starting. The process is starting because people are starting to know about that. But for instance, in comparison to the smoking law, which prohibits the smoking in enclosed areas, or that tobacco products are going to increase in price, much more people knew about that. So there is the problem of promotion and, again, mentality maybe, I don't know. But that's what I think.
Yeah, it was interesting remark. I knew about it just because Goharik was in the team. I think, yeah, but after that, when it was discussed in the parliament, it became really popular and everyone was discussing it. I think in the creation phase, the people who were really interested in it, they got engaged to have their input in the program, and after that, when we were speaking about the results and implementation, the people who are directly concerned got interested in the issue. I think it's about the phases mostly. It was really interesting to hear all your perspectives on this issue, and it's really crucial issue not only in Armenia but in all over the world, because the youth are the ones who are creating not only the future, as you mentioned, they are creating the now. They should create the policies that they will use, not the ones coming after them. Coming to the end of our panel, I would like to ask if the audience has the questions. And if you have the questions, you can go to the microphone so that the people who are following us online can listen to you as well. I think it was quite comprehensive. No questions. If you have some questions that you don't want to, yeah.
Ես հասկանում եմ, որ երևի ինֆորմացիան լրի շատ միանգամից որ պետք է մի հատ վերլուծի.
Too much you have to analyze from your side, in your mind, from your head to your heart. Is it for you or not? Does it refer to you or not? And it's not accidental that today, Saturday, you have left everything, many interesting things, and you have come here. For example, one have come from Gyumri. And it's an important message for you. We wanted to use this platform to motivate, to inspire you, that such kind of process can be just making to the life with this content, with this aim, without you. It will be just working out a document, and it will be like not important. And if you have any kind of suggestion, if you have something to say, and as Zara has mentioned about this participation, we can just provide any kind of projects, any kind of opportunity to make our youth to be included in such kind of process. If you don't have any kind of question but have maybe a suggestion, you can say about it and we can listen and discuss it. And we can say that such kind of law has been confirmed by the President of Armenia, but it doesn't mean that we have already done, but we have just begun our work and we need your support.
Round of applause, please. Yeah. Okay, and I wanted to mention, if you have, someone has a question, please go to the microphone and, yeah.
Ցանկանում եմ առաջին հերթին շնորհակալություն
To thank you for interesting discussion. It's very important and a very important problem for the youth company. We haven't had for many years, and it's a very important step. But on this way, I think if in the previous young people find some kind of programs in order to participate, such kind of youth policy can find the people, the young participants who are very active and try to support their ideas, their minds, for them who want to make active their communities. I think this is an important problem, but I'm also active, but some kind of like sponsorship or tuition, such kind of programs, what can be done? I am Samvel Hamoyan, represented from third course student from Armenian State.
And I see she will take the question.
We have discussed and decided that I'm going to answer in non-formal groups and also non-registered companies. They are different from the ones who have already registered, because there are some, if you are a non-formal group, very soon the ministry is going just to work out the policy for non-formal groups and companies, which is going to cover everything. This is something that is novelty, because we have never had, and also we have never had a methodology, and also non-formal groups have never been mentioned as a subject. And in this case, the problems that you have just mentioned about it and you want to bring to this policy, it's very important in order to work out some tools by the tools from the law, from the ministry, how they can help, what kind of resources can be given, which can make easier the resources, how to get, and also it will give an opportunity to use other opportunities that are given by international companies. It's something important that we have to fix and remember about it. And the second one is localizing of the policy, which gives an opportunity to bring one step closer to this like strategy, to this such kind of policy, because ministry is not only the only thing, and it's community that has a duty to have a budget for the young people, and in this case you have to support to use it correctly, and how to make such kind of strategy and process. And in this case, the youth young people union will help it, will support in this case. And also using the same portal, some companies, there are some companies in Armenia which gives the finance the ones who are not registered one. For example, Conrad, the company which gives some sponsorship, GIZ, the company GIZ, which also gives such kind of sponsorships. There are from time to time such kind of events. And if there is some kind of the problem is connected with the mentoring, you can just voice out about it, because some youth programs are going to be end, and new ones are going to be started in the next year, and it will help you like such kind of problems. It can be like prosperous for such kind of companies as you. If you are a non-formal group, in this case, please go and be a participant of working out the methodology of for non-formal groups. It's a new concept, a new mechanism. But if you are a registered company, in this case, you can become and you can be united and be a part of the youth union who have such kind of resources, and if you have history, it can be easier. You have told about the communities that we can work, but there are community where there are not young people, youth, and in this case it's impossible. But community, in this case, there can be like a program which usually stays on the document. Do you have anything that can support the communities in this question? There are volunteer like duties where all the communities should have such kind of young people policy program. For example, in the community 5-year development program, there is, for example, with the example of the Gyumri cities where they have organized the washing of monuments, such kind of event. But in the document it was like some to realize some just events which are connected with the youth. It was in document, but they have done like under it, they have done such kind of thing. Due to the law, we all have to work out the local young people policy methodology, which can be like model programs, which can be like not do as they want, but it should be like due to the law. The first one, it can be, for example, to have some kinds of groups. The second one, it can be sponsorship, like events. And in this case, you can just compete with other communities and just win. And one of your functions is going to be like in every community, starting from tomorrow, is there after the working out the law, what have you done in the community, what are your approaches, and in the future there are going to be the local like municipal ones, and young people as a person who has a vote for election, and protect the political like parties who have who can offer youth for a policy for young people. How are you going to work with the ones who are who deal with like young people? Are they going to be like young people? They don't do. There are people who are in, but they don't do. Or how you are going to work? You have represented all the just steps in detail. How do you imagine it? I'm going to add to N. From one community to another community, the reality is that the leaders of the municipality of local communities, they are very different, and they can lead to community problem solution. Maybe your example is due to the example of your community, but maybe this problem cannot be interesting for the community. What Anna has mentioned about it, the law is new, but community has like to know, to get in details about it, to analyze what they can do and what they can do in order to be working in the community. The law, it goes not only just about the young men, but first of all how it can be realized on the official, like political and also state level. We have meetings about 79 communities and some our colleagues with other communities, they don't have like one neutral attitude about this process. We have to do work in order, we as a ministry, we have to work with the communities to explain them what is going to be their just benefit due to this law. But there is also one more, there is also maybe you can just opposite about the participation of this law process, but you still don't know how to be consider about it, because while going from one community to another community, we always encourage, we try from one community to another, they can be active. There can be like community when the participation was high and the hall was full of, and but there are also a community where only fewer young people have come to give about it. I would like to be somewhere frankly with you when there is going to be from both sides. The law we have, and we are going to tell the local communities. We want to go to the provinces just to gather all the local municipalities to tell about the law, to make them understand what are going to be their losses and like benefits. But we separately, we alone, we can't do it. We want to use this platform to have it. We are going to, like, it can be meeting, and after this meeting you can go to your local community and say that there is a law, and you can say them that we together are going to create young center workers who is going to help you to work out the policy in order to realize the law. It's a process that we have to pass with. Everything that was born, it can't be created at once and be worked, but as we have imagined, but it's a work that we have to be devoted, not to get tired, and also we can meet, we can face some kinds of challenges, some kinds of success, but as a part of ministry, we are ready to listen. You can you can call and ask your questions. We are ready to answer you. If we talk about the things that are new organized, who want to just win some kinds of programs, scholarships in order to have in their portfolio. Nowadays, we with UNICEF have a program of actions where the targets, which targets such kind of just companies, and also till the end of this year to develop. And it's a program to developing your abilities, and maybe in the future you can apply for some such kind of small scholarships and you can have a success. We know that such kind of process is necessary for you, and it's already in our program. It's in the framework of the UNICEF, and we are going to do it cooperating. Which is in order to develop their abilities and to go due to today's challenges.
For addressing the issue, and did you want to?
I just would like to say that we don't have much time to continue because we are late a bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Especially for Armenian young people, it's very important to know. And I would like to I have been one of the sub groups which has worked on this law, and I think that our country goes to this one, and it's necessary to have our support for it. Thank you.
Guys, please take seats because we continue. No one there to take any kind of pictures. Please get back. Just sit because we are going to continue. We don't have time. So as you saw on the agenda, we should continue without break for this time. Okay, so everyone is here. We have silence in the room, right? This topic is a very important one. We are going to speak about regional dynamics and the future for Armenian-Azerbaijani relations. We tried a lot to find someone from Azerbaijan, even had some private video to send us, but unfortunately we didn't succeed to have it. But anyway, we have very interesting speakers for today to speak about the topic, and Luna will be the one who will moderate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's working right now? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Luna Abdelakhir, and if you don't know me by now, I'm an Egyptian journalist currently pursuing my master's in digital media, and I will be your moderator for this session. Actually, it's such an honor to moderate this session because it is talking about a very crucial topic, which is the regional dynamic and the future of the Armenian-Azerbaijani relations. And for me, as a journalist and who seeks truth-telling and youth for us also, like if we're gonna talk about youth, our role is for peace, justice, and the future of our region. And so that's why we have inspiring leaders as speakers. Let us welcome our first speaker, who is a human rights activist and a peace builder activist, former country representative, Freedom House of Armenia, Mr. Andronik Shirnyan. And of course, all of you know Mr. Edward by now. He is the co-founder of KECTILArmenia. Our third speaker from my country, Egypt, who is Mr. Khaled Imam. He is an international lawyer. He's also going to talk about this topic. So basically, right now, we're going to give you a brief history about the main points regarding this issue, and Mr. Andronik will give us some key points regarding the history so our international friends know about the background.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me. I'm Andronik. I come from Armenia. And I'm a human rights activist. That's how I like to present myself, besides all the institutional affiliations that I had formerly. And when it comes to the relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan and the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, of course it goes back to the beginning of 20th century and how the Soviet Union crafted the borders between basically all the Soviet nations so that afterwards there will be all these ethnic conflicts that we see coming up after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And the cycle of violence between Armenia and Azerbaijan has been going on for decades, and it had culminated in the war, which we call First Nagorno-Karabakh War in the 90s, when Armenia won the war and Nagorno-Karabakh was under the control of Armenian forces in Nagorno-Karabakh, which included not only the Nagorno-Karabakh autonomic oblast, but also the 7 adjacent regions which were basically occupied by the Armenian forces. So for 3 decades, these territories were under the Armenian control. Unfortunately, the peace talks were never successful. So we saw another war, a short war, which is not really spoken about, but I think this was a preliminary war to the 44-day war in 2016. There was a 4-day war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, again in the territory of Nagorno-Karabakh. By that time, I was also serving in the army. I was not in those territories, but it was a difficult period to be a soldier and be in the army. And in 2020, the second Nagorno-Karabakh war happened between Armenia and Azerbaijan. So, of course, between these 2 countries, there has always been this historical debate, who's right and who's wrong. But I think in all of these discussions, the human aspect of the conflict is missing out. People are not really talking of the rights and the violations of human rights of Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians during the second Nagorno-Karabakh war, and also the wrongdoings that happened by both Armenia and Azerbaijan during the first Nagorno-Karabakh war. So my job has been mostly emphasizing the rights and security of Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians since 2020. During my affiliation at Freedom House, we have tried to speak about the rights and security of Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians, because this cycle of violence, of course, it was the second Nagorno-Karabakh war, but then there was a 9-month-long blockade of Nagorno-Karabakh when 120,000 Armenians were left out without any supply of food, gas shortages, electricity shortages. We were trying to speak about all of these issues. And then this again culminated in the which we as an institution at Freedom House, we call ethnic cleansing of Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians in 2023 in September. But maybe I will speak about this during the later discussions.
So,
thank you.
Yeah. So, but I want to also ask about what is the biggest human rights concern after the 2020 war, from your experience as a human rights activist?
So as I said, after 2020 war, there have been lots of developments, and in September of 2023, maybe this is where I can speak about the report that we as Freedom House produced with our international partners, International Partnership for Human Rights, a Brussels-based organization, Truth Hounds, which is a Ukrainian organization documenting the war crimes and atrocities committed by the Russian forces, and we partnered with 4 Armenian organizations to produce a report, a fact-finding report about what happened in the territory of Nagorno-Karabakh that resulted in the exodus of Armenians from the territory. We conducted interviews with 330 Armenians from various regions of Nagorno-Karabakh, various diverse genders and affiliations, age groups, so that it is as representative as possible, so that we can map out what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh that led to people deciding to leave their territories, because again, the reason why people left Nagorno-Karabakh is contested by Azerbaijan. They are saying that the official stance of the Azerbaijani government is that Armenians left the territory voluntarily. but by documenting the history starting from 2020, and then the stories of the people that lived in Nagorno-Karabakh, and speaking to them and about their experiences, the violations of their rights, the intimidation tactics of the Azerbaijani forces, because they lived under, they were not directly under the Azerbaijani control, but they were under their influence. They saw Azerbaijani soldiers at the borders, in the towns of Nagorno-Karabakh. There were shootings all the time on Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians. They were not able to do any farm work. There was lack of supply of food, medicine, and at one point there was no supply of food, medicine at all. So documenting all these stories, we came to the conclusion that what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh can be described as ethnic cleansing. We based our assumptions on the case of the former Yugoslav republics and what happened there, and how the court issued their judgment on this case. Yes, at this point, I think we need to speak about the ethnic cleansing that happened in the territory of Nagorno-Karabakh, and I think this is this is an important aspect of transitional justice, because there will be no peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan if there is no justice, if there is no discussions about the violations of the rights of these people, because the historical grievances will remain. And currently, for Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians, the most important thing when we talk to them, the most important point that they raise is the right of return, because these people left their homes there, their cultural monuments, churches, the graves of their loved ones, and this is something that is really important to them. Unfortunately, the destruction of Armenian heritage continues in Nagorno-Karabakh. There are Azerbaijanis destroying entire neighborhoods, towns, cultural monuments in Nagorno-Karabakh. So, of course, this is important to speak about, but if I can speak honestly, I don't see how that can happen in the nearest future, even if there is a peace treaty signed between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
So thank you so much also for the contributions that you made during the war. But we're going to also talk about justice and peace after a question for Mr. Khaled, because we need to hear from different perspectives from someone who's outside of the image. As an international lawyer, I need to see your vision, and I want to ask you more about what are the narratives that are overlooked by the international community.
Thanks a lot, Luna, and I love the question about narratives. Like, narratives is so important. And you know what I'm going to do? So I'm going to give you the work back. And I want to ask everyone, specifically our colleagues from Armenia, if you support, it's a very abstract question, so nothing wrong and nothing right. But if you support the Armenian position on this issue, stand up. If you support the Armenian position on this issue, stand up. Okay. Now we set. If you support the Azerbaijani position on this narrative, on this issue, stand up. Okay, no one is here. Imagine with me, if we are having this conference in Baku right now in Azerbaijan, and we have a wonderful group of young people from Azerbaijan, you think it's going to be the same case, or quite the opposite? Quite the opposite. I believe there is right and wrong in life, but in conflict and wars, one of also the main key reasons of war that always each side has a completely different narrative. We think that our position is right, it's legit, justice, and the others are not. And again, there is right and wrong. I'm a lawyer, so there is right and wrong. But one of the main confusions is that there is always conflicting narratives, and we are not doing enough efforts to understand the other side perspective on it. So if you are in Israel, you will believe that those people are terrorists. If you are a Palestinian or an Arab, you exactly believe that they are the terrorist ones. And that's on any issue in this world. And maybe you know all that Nelson Mandela was recognized as a terrorist by the US till I think 2008, when he was removed from this list. So for the purpose of learning, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Azerbaijani narrative on this war. Again, this is not necessarily my personal position, but I will talk about the Azerbaijani narrative for all of us to know what's going on, and advice for myself and everyone. To learn, we need to unlearn sometimes, like meaning be curious and okay, I'm willing to hear something. So when it comes to narrative, I think Andre covered the Azerbaijani narrative, the human rights narrative, very well, which is like real concern from the Azerbaijani side. From the Armenian side about human rights violation, thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people being displaced, etc. But in the Azerbaijani side, what are the narrative? What are they saying? The Azerbaijanis say that the international law is in our side. Since the first war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, there are several United Nations resolutions saying that that's an Azerbaijani land, and that's an occupied land by Armenia. And Azerbaijan is saying 30 years of occupation is enough. So what about the people? Now we call them, you are displacing ethnic Armenians. They will say, yeah, but 500,000 Azerbaijani were displaced when this war started back then. So again, also about when do you want to start? You want to start 2020? You'll find different narrative. You want to go back a few decades? There is a different narrative. So the Azerbaijani side saying more than 500,000 of our people were displaced in the first war when Armenia won the war against Azerbaijan. Back then, Armenia was much stronger than Azerbaijan. Now, the case is different. That's, again, not my personal opinion. On the Armenian side, there is another very strong argument, which is the right to self-determination. The Armenians saying, yes, even if this is an Azerbaijani land, those people there, the ethnic Armenians, have the right to self-determinate, decide in which side they want. And they had a referendum before when those ethnic Armenians choose to be on the Armenian side. So again, you can see the narrative. There's strong points in all sides. On the international law was, I think, more with the Azerbaijani side. We have 4 UN Security Council resolution. We have 1 resolution from the UN General Assembly about this issue, which, going back to our first panel today, unfortunately, international law was not always respected and was undermined, and that's why maybe we are in wars today. And I will stop here.
Well, thank you, Khaled, for this insightful information. But actually, after I've heard of this from you, let me get into a broader perspective. Let's talk more about like the third-party countries and like their relations for the conflict. Like, can we say about, for example, Russia and Turkey? Like, they do like play the mediator, but do they actually play the mediator, or they are benefit from for their own benefits? You know, taking this part as for their own benefits. What do you think? The question is for all of you. You can answer it. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the panel, because we really struggled for finding the speakers for this panel because it's a very sensitive issue and not everyone is ready to speak about it. And thank you for taking the stage and speaking about it. First of all, I will contribute to it from my personal perspective. In a way that I wrote my thesis about the security measures in the South Caucasus region and engagement of the third parties. Historically, Russia claimed South Caucasus its near abroad, the territory that it has the power on and will not let anyone come there and have their influence. What happened there in 2020, when the war in Nagorno-Karabakh started, in this point, the situation changed, because before, supposedly Russia was supporting one of the sides and each of the sides was saying that Russia supports the other side. That was the official policy of Russia. Do you know how many conflicts were there after the dissolution of USSR? When the USSR was dissoluted, there was 19 international conflicts between the member states. Is it a coincidence? No, of course. Russia left the territory, but not really. How am I going to control these countries? I will leave some pieces of territories there undecided, And when Armenia claims that it is changing the policy and not doing the economic relations with Armenia, for example, applying for candidacy status and becoming a member of the EU, yep, I will say Azerbaijan attack. I'm supporting Azerbaijan, Nagorno-Karabakh is Azerbaijan. Yeah, let's start war again. When Azerbaijan tries to change policy regarding the gas, I will support Armenian side, saying, yeah, that self-determination is so important. We should claim this right and force these people to start the movement and claim more territories from Azerbaijan. Yep, Russia's imperialistic policy. It worked until 2022, when they started war in Ukraine. They got busy in that territory, and some other countries in the territory, like major actors, Turkey, Iran, European Union, decided to engage in the territory. What if we start moving toward the territory and trying to pose our national perspectives? As everyone knows, they have this claim that Turkey and Azerbaijan are two nations, two states, one nation. So their perspective is understandable. Full support to Azerbaijan and trying to get the road which will connect Azerbaijan to Turkey. We fully understand Turkey's perspective. What is Iran saying? Recently, I was conducting an interview for my thesis with one of the EU officials. Of course, they don't want to be quoted, but the question was Armenia. They said Armenia is one of the rare cases that Iran and European Union have the same perspective. Iran claims that it doesn't want change of the borders. The same claim is said by the EU, and they prove it by sending the European Union mission to Armenia to watch the borders. What about the other actors in the region? European Union. European Union started security policy. Why? Mostly after the change in the US government, when they understood that transatlantic cooperation is not that really transatlantic cooperation anymore, and we should develop our defense. Developing our defense, we become the security actor. How we represent our security actorness, we engaged in the conflicted regions and try to play the security role. That's when the European Union decided to send to Armenia the European Union mission, and now, at the end of this month, according to my interviews from the thesis, we will sign another agreement through which Armenia will get into the cooperation in the common security and defense policy of the European Union. And we will have soldiers, Armenian soldiers, working in the CSDP missions in all over the world. Some of them are based in Moldova and Ukraine as well. As we see, this territory is super complicated. We have European Union, we have Iran, we have Turkey. Russia is still there, even though not politically, but economically and militarily, because some of the borders of Armenia are still guarded by Russia. So the territory and the conflict are really a ground of mixed security interests, and each of the players here claims their own rights. They claim the protection for the side that has more benefits for them. And this situation made the conflict even worse, because we see that all these actors try to mediate the conflict so long, but we got the peace agreement only when Armenia and Azerbaijan decided to not have a mediator and write and the peace agreement together, just to both sides, not a mediator engaged. The agreement is not solved yet, but at least it's there.
Okay, so let me also, since you're our founder of KECTILArmenia, I just wanna suggest, or I wanna know some suggestions. How could we, the Armenian youth, contribute with the Azerbaijani youth, to do a powerful, meaningful leadership progress towards peace? Since also, since Mr. Gendricks didn't say that he can't see peace coming in the near future, you know? So I need your perspective for the future and the youth leading.
I hope I'm not talking too much, but from this perspective, I will contribute by my personal stories, which are the most true way to understand how it works. It was in 2023, Blosin, Germany, which is close to Berlin. I had my first international project based on peace. It was called Corridor Summer School on Peace Capacity Development in South Caucasus. So we were in the program. We were 4 Armenians, one of them coming from Nagorno-Karabakh. We had 4 Azerbaijanis from Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Georgians. So it was a bomb of South Caucasus that was just put on the timer when it's going to blow. It was a really interesting situation. If you're not aware about the conflict, the Abkhazia and South Ossetia are Georgian territories occupied by Russia, claiming their independence. Russia is everywhere. So they cleared most of the conflicts in the region, and we gathered in Blosin in Germany, and it was a 2-week course concentrated on creating the perspectives of young people for peace. All people engaged there were young people who went through the war. It was after 2020 war, and both Armenians and Azerbaijanians were kind of looking rivalry at each other, trying to understand, should I speak with them? No, they should come to speak to me. No, I'm not going to approach them. And it was the situation for the first 2 days. We were in a group of Armenians, they were in a group of Azeris, and we were interrupting all the time each other and trying to claim that we are better. That's how it started. After 2-3 days, we had an exercise when we had to contribute to the other person to tell them the stories that influenced us from both sides. So my story, of course, was about Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, Nagorno-Karabakh war, what I lost, and what influence it had on me, because I decided to concentrate my career on conflict resolution and peace building right after the war. And when I was coupled with one Azerbaijani guy coming from Baku, so we didn't talk that much before. Like it was just the interaction during the dinner or during the lunch, couple of words. We started talking. I started sharing the story, telling that I lost my friends, my best friend in the war, and the results had like personal and professional consequences for me. When I hear the story back, it was the same story from Azerbaijani perspective. He lost his friend in the war, and it has like personal and professional impact on his life. We can't claim that war is a good thing, or there is a winner or loser in the war. I think after this project, I understood that we look at the same issue from both perspectives, and we blame the other party, and we just don't claim the elephant in the room. The conflict is the result of different national perspectives. We both try to justify that we are right. And it will never work until we understand that we should look at the issue from the other perspective as well. As Ray mentioned yesterday about forgiveness, forgiveness is not a weakness. I totally agree with him. There are different ways of forgiveness, and forgiveness is not necessarily weakness. You can be still strong, but forgive. I think this is one of the lessons that I learned in my first project, and it's quite funny that next project that I went to Washington, D.C. with Carter School, I went there and I met the friends of that Azerbaijani guys who already talked about me, and he came the first day and hugged me like, "You're the friend of my friend." And I really felt good that during this project I created the effect, we created the effect that will last, and I hope this will bear the results. Thank you.
Really, we need a round of applause for this. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Andronik, I also want you to comment on the projects that he stated, and I want to ask you about your experience in civil society, like that you have experience in civil society, peace building, since like you were 16 years old, right? So, I think I want to ask you, does the civil society still have the power to make change or not? And what gives you hope to keep going?
Thank you. As Edward said during his intervention, there are no winning sides in a war, and I think this is pretty much understood by some of the civil society, members in Armenia. Of course, it's not unilateral, and of course, not everyone is sharing the same opinion. But I remember now that right after the second Nagorno-Karabakh war, in November, December, there was a statement by Armenian civil society members, which was basically a demand from the Armenian government to do everything to reach peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And I have to say that these people were attacked, they were targeted, because speaking about peace, especially in such complex environments, when again the conflict goes back for decades, it's really difficult, and these historical grievances are they're on the level of narratives, and people really despise each other. And as Edward said, like, you don't really want to speak to those people. I started my participation in, let's say, peace building program since I was 15 years old, and I went to Georgia. We were 7 people from Armenia, 7 people from Georgia, and 7 people from Azerbaijan. And at such a young age, you are still under the propaganda. You don't really have the critical thinking to think for yourself and to judge for yourself. And I remember that in the beginning we were really hesitant to talk to each other. My family, for example, never told me to stay away from the Azerbaijanis. I remember I was talking to one of the Azerbaijani girls at one point when we already became very close friends, and she was telling me, you know, when I was coming here, my parents told me not to take any food from the Armenians because it might be poisoned. And it was really funny for me at that point, because I mean, as a 15, 16 years old, we were not going to poison anyone. But I think this pretty much showcases how deep this enmity between these two nations are. So again, in Armenian civil society, there are lots of discussions. People speak mostly about, again, the rights of Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians and the right of return. I think we as Armenian civil society members, we are trying not to speak on behalf of Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians. We are trying to elevate their voices. We are trying to listen what are the demands from the community, because this is the best way. We can never represent Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians. Again, we can elevate those voices and create spaces for them to speak up, because though the Nagorno-Karabakh war affected us a lot here in Armenia, but it's not our own experience. It's the experience of the community that lived in Nagorno-Karabakh, and I wish there were Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians here as well to speak about their experiences. I have to say that, again, I don't really like talking about the Azerbaijani perspective, because, again, I don't think that's the right place for me to speak, but there is a key difference between Armenian society, Armenian civil society, and Azerbaijani society and Azerbaijani civil society, because in Armenia we have, it's not an institutional democracy, it's not full-fledged free environment here, but we have freedom of expression, we have freedom of thought. Here there are open debates in Armenia, and there is no censorship here. And people can openly speak about these issues. And this is not the case in Azerbaijan. It's one of the most authoritarian countries in the world. And as you might know, the narrative that Khaled talked about and the historical grievances, they usually serve as a tool for propaganda for the authoritarians. So this is important to keep in mind. And when I say that I don't see the peace treaty, signing of the peace treaty per se as the only way to peace. I think we can reach to peace only when there is a democratic government in Azerbaijan, and when Armenians and Azerbaijanis can engage in meaningful dialogue about also the history of the conflict and what each side did wrong. This is part of the transitional justice mechanisms in both countries. There are lots of bright Azerbaijanis, and one of those is, for example, Bahruz Samadov, who was speaking a lot about the peace between Armenians and Azerbaijanis, and he was not living in Azerbaijan, and when he went back for a couple of days to visit his grandma, he was jailed on charges about drug use, fabricated charges, and he's in prison currently. And this is the case with most of the free thinkers in Azerbaijan. Most of the people live in exile or are jailed in Azerbaijan if you dare to speak about peace or the Armenian perspective. So I think this is important to keep in mind, and this is what I mean when I say that there will not be meaningful peace just by signing a peace treaty. We need to have institutional changes in both countries. I said there is free expression in Armenia, but again, when you speak about, for example, the Armenian wrongdoings, it's still not a popular topic, and you will be attacked. And even if you say that Nagorno-Karabakh was occupied, the 7 territories were occupied, you will be targeted and attacked in Armenia as well, because these type of conflicts, they fuel nationalism, they fuel toxic nationalism, and they have been fueled by foreign actors like Russia. Just like one final thought, I really hate blaming our own wrongdoings on the foreign powers. Of course, Russia has lots of influence and it has done lots of narrative creating in our countries, but I feel like we have to take responsibility for our own wrongdoings. Our governments have to take responsibility, and this has been the case in Armenia as well. Our former governments have never been meaningfully engaged in the peace dialogues. The status quo was working for them, and they didn't really think that this conflict should be solved on time so that the coming generations live in peace. And this is really unfortunate because my generation, for example, we didn't see the war prior to 2020, and we could have been part of this, peace building. We didn't have that experience of violence and war crimes, but then my generation saw it too. So we are again coming into this discussion with lots of trauma and with lots of pain, and we witnessed the ethnic cleansing. So there are lots of layers, and it will again be lots of decades for this for the peace between two countries to be established in a more meaningful way.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andronik. So you've mentioned the institutional changes, and so that leads to question to Mr. Khaled. Like, you were with me yesterday when we went to the National Assembly and we met the MP, Mrs. Maria, and we have also discussed something similar to that. And I want you to reflect what we said with Mrs. Maria about regarding the constitution or even the institutional changes. And I want to also ask you, how can we here in KECTIL, as youth leaders, do the real change, the empowering leading law for us here, especially that we are in KECTIL, and that's the aim of KECTIL. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for the question, and maybe before going deep, I want to give credit to the organizers of this program and all of you and this country for having such a discussion. In many places around the world, including my region in the Middle East, we can talk publicly about these kind of cases. So that's it shows that you have strong institutions in this country, while as you mentioned, maybe it's not the best, maybe still people can get attacked, but at least you still can have it, you will not be killed. That's good. And to your question and the conversation we had yesterday with the MP, that also was a sign that this country is strong. We had a discussion with an MP yesterday, a member of the National Assembly, and she was so open about the situation, talking about what's happening here in this country and also what's happening in the other side, and saying things that I found very progressive when it comes to a conflict. Because again, when you are in conflict, there is so much hate and there is so much delusions and propaganda, and that's why, unfortunately, we can't see the reality in many places. And what should we do? I think the best advice I learned in my life is to engage. Sometimes when we feel that we are dealing with an enemy, extreme, terrorist, regardless, we think that they will disappear if we don't engage with them, but they will not. They will be there forever. All these extreme views. So the best thing you can do is to engage. And actually killing them. Sometimes countries think that we're going to attack this group, we're going to get them done. It doesn't. It's war in minds. All these ideas and ideology are there and will stay there. So the best advice I learned is to engage, learn, be curious, and learn about the other side. and see what their arguments, what's right and what's wrong. My second advice, what you were saying, is looking back to our own house and acknowledge and recognize our wrongdoing. Because as humans, we have eyes. We can easily see people in front of us, but we can't easily see ourselves. So as institutions, if you want to think about institutions, or even individuals, we need to have the self-correcting mechanism. We all fail. But the most important thing that we can really recognize this failure on time and look at ourselves and say, maybe we are not getting it right. Maybe there's something we can do better. Because again, having the mirror and the spotlight on blaming all other external actors, it doesn't really change a lot, doesn't change anything. But if you have strong institutions, starting from civil society, if you have a strong civil society, if you have a strong governmental institution, if you have freedom, really very, very important point, then at least you can have a healthy discussion and decide or define what are the real issues there. If you don't, then you're gonna lose. And that's something we all do. Again, we can be in civil society and we keep saying the government is corrupt, the government is not democratic, but what about us? Are we really democratic in civil society? Are we really away from corruption? Do we play a gatekeeping and we really include people around us? There's lots of things to fix with our institutions before looking at the external thing. My third and last point, which was about your second question about all these international players. Andrew mentioned something very interesting. Iran being on the same side of the EU, and actually the US. If you look at this conflict, it's a fun game. Like everything changes. Iran, the US, and the EU on the same side. Why this is happening? India and Israel are very strong allies. But India supports Armenia, while Israel is the second, or actually maybe second largest weapon supplies to Azerbaijan. Why? Why this is happening? This is an important question we need to understand. And many of you here are students in international relations. It's unfortunately because, again, the bases are not international law, and it's not ethics, and it's not morals, and it's not human rights. It is about the international interest. So India supports Armenia, and Armenia accept that, happy with that. But why India supports Armenia? Not because they believe that they have right, no, but because Armenia supports them when it comes to Kashmir, their conflict with Pakistan. So you give me this, I give you that. Iran have an issue with Azerbaijan because of Israel, so stands with Armenia. And so the basis should be, again, should be international law, should be international norms, should be the right thing, should be human rights. Shouldn't be at all just solely this national interest of these countries. So same advice for all of us here. When we think about this situation, we need the parameters to think about it. Let's have human rights and law as basics, because if we stay away from this, again, we can easily fail and be one-sided and just think about our own benefits, but not necessarily this big world that we live in. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khaled. So I know like all of you are eager to ask some questions, and now we are open for questions. Please, 2 questions only. Please, can you head to the mic and ask the question? Yeah, sure, you can head to the mic, yeah.
Hello, and thank you for the informational conversation. Okay, I'm sorry, I may seem a little bit sensitive, but this question is sensitive for all Armenians, and I know for Azerbaijanis too. So I just wanted to say that if we talk about human rights, we must know that keeping our history is also a human right which we have. I wanted to say that this question is historical. This problem is historical, and it comes from long ago than all of us sitting here were born. The Russian Empire, later on the Soviet Union, divided the lands of Armenians, Azerbaijanis, and Georgians as they wanted. Then they appeared in the region as the peacekeepers, and they wanted to seem the peacekeepers always, but it doesn't work. Because all of us know that all the black magic that did it was against the nations, for the nations to be against each other and to fight, and then for the Russians to come and to seem the peacekeepers. Also, the question which I have is, how are we going to collaborate with the Republic which keeps denying historical facts and spreading hatred against Armenians, even among kids? Thank you.
I think I will start and I will pass the word if you want to add something. From my perspective, as Khaled mentioned also, we should not concentrate on the international actors. And Adrianik mentioned it as well. It's not the fault of Russia that we are fighting. The same USSR had 3 other members who don't fight: Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. They did the same with them, and they don't fight. They are in the European Union, they are in peace, and moreover, Estonia is the first country that's raising its arms now, armament to protect itself and protect all 3 Baltic countries. I think it's our fault that we can't do that we don't prioritize our national interests. Russia has so many things here in Armenia, but it has it because we sold it to him. That's the first part, and can you repeat the second part, please?
The question, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. How are we going to collaborate with the Republic which keeps denying historical facts and spreading hatred against Armenians, even among kids?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I don't know if it's too sensitive or not, but I think we did the same. Both sides are doing that, and we are keeping the transgenerational trauma and hatred. And we were keeping it until 2022, and we kept it before the war. We started realizing how precious is the peace only when we had the experience of war. And we were doing it before as well. But the question that I would address here is, again, one more personal story, really short one. I got into a really cool project with United States Institute of Peace, and there was one free place. I texted one of my close Azerbaijani friends, and I'm like, you should come to the project. He has really peaceful views, and he is one of the persons that really sees the reality, not the propaganda that's given by the government. And his short answer to my message was, repressions restarted. All of my friends trying to get out of the country are in jail. So this is the situation there, and we can't turn the blind eye to it. We should realize that it's dictatorship regime, and it's really hard for the peacemakers in the civil society to act, because when you speak, you're in the jail. This is the question that should be answered.
I agree. I thank you very much. I'm sorry I interrupted you. But no, I just wanted to say that our government doesn't make books that have hatred in them, but their government does. That is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, that's again referring to the issue of dictatorship regime, because Armenian government cooperates with international organizations and tries to solve the issue, which was not the case before we got democratic country, before we got to 2018 Velvet Revolution. I think quite a lot changed in our perspective after the revolution, and especially after the war. I will pass the word to Khaled.
I just want to very quickly, thank you so much for being brave and what you said. I think it's really, this is a core issue. Spotting light on the other side, it doesn't help. And just take it as a personal thing. History is only data. I love history. History is only data. Unfortunately, what we learn from history, all of us, even people in the Middle East, is collective trauma. Ask people in the Middle East still think about 3,000 years, about what happened 3,000 years ago. Doesn't help. History is only data. Forget about collective trauma. What we need to learn from history, just use it as a data and lay the past to rest. There is no solution without leaving this collective trauma and think about what's happening in the present. History will not change anything. And that's like you as a person, if you were in a toxic relationship and you keep remembering and talking about it with your friends, it doesn't help you. It affects your well-being, it affects your human flourishing. Just leave it. We need to forget about history for a bit. Take it as a data, but then think about those people who live in this land right now.
Thank you very much. Actually, you mentioned that we need to let history lay and rest. Okay, I agree, but we do not have to let them destroy everything historical that we have. That is what I meant. We have historical monuments in Artsakh, to which we refer as to Nagorno-Karabakh, and their historical monuments are being destroyed right now when we talk to each other.
No,
I think
just one.
Just would like to say that we got, but I think we don't have like such speakers to answer the question exactly and give you. We are also like very, like, I mean, I understand you, I feel you, but right now I think we can't do anything here with our speakers to solve it. We just should understand the geopolitics and a lot of other things here. Just for.
No, I think the question is really valid because, I want to recognize that what we are discussing here is really sensitive for all the Armenians, basically, because it's not only the trauma of Nagorno-Karabakh war, it's also about the trauma of the Armenian genocide that resurfaced after the war. And yeah, I don't want here to be the impression that we are sitting here, three men discussing the Nagorno-Karabakh war, trying to be as rational, but this is really sensitive topic for all the Armenians, and most of the families in Armenia are affected. So no, I think it's important to raise this perspective and these points because they exist in Armenian society. I think what we can do and what I'm trying to do as a human rights activist, I'm trying to see all those colleagues in Azerbaijan that I can build solidarity with, all those people that think the same way that I do, who have this dedication to human rights values, and there are people like that. Even in such closed environments as is Azerbaijan, there are people with whom you can build solidarity with. So I try to see this, and I again recognize the pain that comes from, you know, every day seeing that a neighborhood is destroyed in Nagorno-Karabakh or graves are destroyed. In the report that I mentioned, we are also speaking about the cultural erasure and what the international actors can do. And at this point, I'm trying to see as an individual what can be done, how I can support at least the documentation efforts for the cultural monuments. But we have to. I'm not a realist in general, but I think there are points in life where you have to be a realist and realize that there's really little that you can do as an individual, even Armenia as a state, when you are dealing with, again, with an autocratic neighbor that has lots of resources and uncomparable to the power that you have. But yeah, thank you for raising those questions. I think
Thank you too. Thank you very much for the conversation.
I'll be as quick as possible. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all being to try to be as objective as possible. But sometimes when thinking about particularly the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, sometimes it feels like it goes, especially about the future of our relations, it feels like it goes beyond the Karabakh conflict, because I also appreciate that we reference, especially Mr. Khalid referenced international law a lot of times. But here, the questions that I have is that, so when it comes to territorial integrity about, and we know that what the legitimate or legal methods are that the international law itself offers to countries to resolve their conflicts with force or power only used for protecting oneself, right? So when it comes to territorial integrity or recognizing the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan, so international law and international community are very firm in their stance and in their decision in that. But it was just 2 years ago when Nagorno-Karabakh, when Artsakh was in blockade, and it was a humanitarian crisis rather than, and I agree with, we had the conversation, Mr. Shinyan mentioned that during the wartime, there were wrongdoings from both sides. But in 2023, the war was over after the 2020 war, right? So it was more of a humanitarian crisis. So I don't really are these like sort of double standards, or is it also a humanitarian crisis, like pressuring people with humanitarian crisis by cutting off the supplies, also part of the international law of resolving a conflict? How is that acceptable?
No, it is absolutely double standards. Like I would 100% agree with you, because after the war and even during the war, like nothing justifies a war of aggression. even based on the international law. It is a grave human rights violation to start a war to, even if it's your territory. And this argument was brought by Khaled that, you know, Azerbaijanis say that it's our territory. It doesn't mean that you can do anything in those territories, even if based on the international law, those are your territories. It is really unfortunate how the international community reacted to the war in Nagorno-Karabakh and also the subsequent human rights violations that happened there and even ethnic cleansing. Like you can see that I think if there are any actors, the number is very limited that call what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh an ethnic cleansing. So absolutely, it's double standards and hypocrisy from the international community. And I think, especially when it comes to how the European Union reacted, it really created a bad image of the EU in Armenia. And I think the EU saved its face by bringing the EU monitoring mission in Armenia, which really helped to stabilize the situation. I also want to mention that when we speak about the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan currently, there is no conflict around Nagorno-Karabakh because Nagorno-Karabakh is currently under the control of Azerbaijan. Armenia recognizes Nagorno-Karabakh as the territory of Azerbaijan. The conflict, Azerbaijan is trying to move into the territory of nowadays Armenia and having claims on the Sunnik region of
Western
Armenia.
Azerbaijan, right?
Yeah, which they call Western Azerbaijan. So this is just another narrative that is created. Again, an autocratic regime, it always needs the other side. It always needs the enemy to maintain its power and to maintain its control. So again, when we speak about the EU, Iran, USA being on the side of Armenia, they are on the side of Armenia's territorial integrity, that Azerbaijan shouldn't take over just another region from Armenia. It's not about the, being on Armenia's side when it comes to Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. So again, this is a nuance that I think maybe we missed while explaining the situation, but since 2020 war, 2023 ethnic cleansing, the conflict is no longer about Nagorno-Karabakh, but about the Sunnik region of Armenia.
And we did witness the same double standard. It was when the Russian-Ukraine war just started, it was the same Western, mostly American media that went live and said, this is not Middle East to you, this is young and blonde Europeans already dying. So that's how they pay. And what you said, Mr. Shirina, also regarding this unnecessary hatred or polarization between people, which I do, of course, not support, why people would have fear or some concerns regarding Azerbaijanis regular, let's say. But why I do understand that is when many people remember what happened back in 2004, where both Armenian and Azerbaijani delegations went to Hungary for NATO-sponsored military operations, and Armenian representative Lieutenant Urgen Markaryan was peacefully sleeping in his dormitory room. Ramil Safaraz entered the room and stabbed him with 16 stabs with an axe. And then when he was handed over to Azerbaijan by the Hungarian government, he was considered to be a national hero. That's when I understand those concerns. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, our inspiring leaders. I know it is not an easy topic to discuss, but we here at Youth Leaders, our aim is to peace, justice, and hearing from you guys, was really inspiring and worth it, and I think that's a wrap. Thank you all so much for listening. Thank you, our leaders, and we ended our session.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are going to have a group work. So we'll have some instructions to you, and then we will divide you by group, and you can go wherever you want. You can work together. And now, Alexandra, you can start to speak.
Okay, hi guys. I hope that you are not so tired because we will have some really interesting activities. I want to ask our tech team to support me and show their presentation on the screens. And I believe that you learned a lot during those days. You got a lot of insights about different topics. We discussed about corruption, we discussed about education, we discussed about NGOs, IGOs, about conflicts. Yeah, it was insightful, and what I want to propose every one of you, this is my lovely part, practical part of the getting impact of our communities on our regions. So what I propose us to do, let's start doing impacts today together. From this hall, let's do some actions together with KECTIL to prepare some resolutions, to prepare some projects that could be really impactful for your region, for other regions, and let's learn together how to do it as young leaders, how to collaborate and change world for the better. So yeah, let's see another screen. So why is creating social project is important? I wanna just give you a short, brief instruction what we're going to do today. And why is it important? Why we are doing this practice here in Armenia in our conference, right? Because it has solved real problems. We discussed about real problems that our people facing, our country is facing. Yeah, we're creating positive impact together, all of us. We raise awareness about these topics. Yeah, we empower others. We support each other in this way, yeah? We develop leadership skills together again, and we are building stronger communities. Yeah, and first thing that we also need to remember, every social project is a step toward the world we want to live in. So let's create this world that we want to live, that our children will live in this world, yeah? And we also need to remember that great leaders don't wait for change, they create it. Yeah, and during those 2 days, we saw it, how young leaders create real change around us. So let's work together. What I propose, we will work in 7 regional teams, in 7 groups. How we will divide? As far as I know from our team that we have today 59 people, so I propose to divide for 8 people, and we will take like 1-2 tables together. So we're dividing in 7 different groups. So you are not sitting with the people that you already know or you want to work together. Like you are sitting, you are, for example, we have one table with 4 people, another table with 4 people, so you're starting work together as a one team. And in such way, we're dividing our people in this room. So your task will be create a simple project idea with a social impact. But don't worry, we'll provide you and ideas that will help you to make it more easier. So you don't need to think about ideas, that you need to create a project, right? And I want to ask our KECTILarmenia team to provide for groups big papers and markers, because you will really work during 15 minutes. So for this task, you will have 15 minutes to think together how to create real impact in different social issues that young people, and not only young people, facing around the world. And for the presentation, you think that it will be easy task for you just to create presentation. No, you will present it. You will present it for other groups, and we will we'll do it in the way how all people present their projects for funds, different organizations, investors, for getting some funds, for getting some support, resources, for realize those ideas. And you will have 2 minutes for presentation. So each group, please, people, I want your attention, because I don't repeat anything. So you need to be to be in an attention right now. So yeah, so you can present each project as a group, or you can choose one leader from your group who will present it. And for that, you will have 2 minutes. I will check the timer, so you won't have more than 2 minutes. And every team, yeah, must include in the presentation. Please take a photo of this slide, because it's important. Everyone, please take a photo, because you will work on that. So every team must include project name and a goal. So project name you will get, but you will need to think and clear the goal for this project. And please remember, each goal has only one sentence, no more than one sentence. Your goal must be clear and understandable. You must solve real problems and real issues that people face. Your solution must be key actions that you will be doing as a team. What you need to think about it. You need budget or you need resources. You need to think if you need any kind of budget, you need to think how much do you need and explain us why. Why do you need this budget? Or if you need resources, yeah, which kind of resources do you need? People, halls, space, hubs, whatever. And also you need to explain us why. And why your project is one of the greatest. And also we want to ask you a simple timeline of your project. How long you will, we are going to work in this project and expected impact. So how you will measure it. So I believe you took a picture of the slide and I move on. So right now I'm asking everyone to stand up and divide into seven groups, seven for 8 people. So please 7 groups. I want to see the 7 groups. And I want to ask KECTILArmenia team to give everyone big paper and markers. Yeah, so. Sherry, would you like to say something? Okay. Okay, I don't see any groups. So we have 4 people and from another table, close to the first table that I see. Please join together because we need 8 people in each group, maximum 9. Okay. Yeah, and I also want to remind you that it is practical task. It is practical task that we are learning together how to create impactful project. And our international speakers can also join this activity. Yes, please join. Yeah. Yes, we're going. So I want to see 7 teams. 1 team, okay. Second team, I don't see second team. Who will be second team? I saw you. Second team, I see. Third team. Okay. Goharik, I want to ask you for a little help. Because you have really great activity already. So. Could you please, in Armenia, ask to raise a hand for each team who will be? I want to see 7 teams. Okay, each team, please raise the hand. One of the people who's think, like 1 team raised 1 hand. So I will check how many teams we have. 1 team, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I see 8. I think 7
I'm here already. Actually, youth work part is my favorite because I'm very active in it, so I can be here.
So we're starting.
What we are going to do?
So we are starting. First table,
group.
yeah, this first table.
This
with the Armenian flag.
Arachin Humb.
Yes. Okay, little attention. I am dividing the topic for your teams. So first team with the Armenian flag have a topic for the project, my first CV, career preparation for teens.
So this is you.
Another team with the Kazakh flag, they are
Second,
working. You're working on the topic, period talk, menstrual education for teens. This is your topic. Third team, close to the
Tunisia.
Yeah, Tunisia team. Your topic, help at home, youth service network. It is your topic. Third one. Then, yes. You working on the first, youth against food waste. You will be 5th, solar light for study. It will be yours. Then we have team with the, I don't see any flag there. So I see Luna and Mina. Your team will be working on the 6-point spot for peace. It is your topic for project. And then we have even more teams that I expected. Then we have team that's close to Luna's team. That you are working trash for education. And I have interesting topic that we are not included in this list. But last team, 8th team, will be working on the topic males as promise keepers. We discussed yesterday about this topic. Our KECTIL program working on this campaign. So your team will be working on the topic males as promise keeper. So please attention.
Ușadruciun.
Yes, please 1 minute attention. I know that you are so exciting and you are ready to work on your project. We have 8 team, even more than I expected. So you have 15 minutes for working of each project, 15 minutes. If you have any questions, you can ask me or raise your hand. I will go to you and help you if you have any questions, yeah? After 15 minutes, each group will present for 2 minutes their project. It's clear?
Just would like to say something. So it is very important to have among every table at least one international participant. If you don't have one international participant with you, it means that you are not that, like you are only 4 people here. It's a team. We can allow it.
I think we have 2 more people in this team.
I think you should just join the other team.
Or join the other.
Please join the other teams because like 4, we don't have time for it just to listen.
Yeah, it would be better.
I got that they are groups which are not super excited to have such kind of topics. Like, I mean, maybe you are not super excited with this topic. If you don't have anything in your mind, you can suggest something else as well. So
Yeah, sure.
don't be very limited with this topic. The most important thing is that you should suggest such a topic which will include not only local initiative, but just try to do something even remotely, but include different countries, at least one more country. For example, like the case of, for example, just have international online about like solar light for study, including different participants from different countries. For example, like have something international, and just try to be as fast as you can. So that's all I
Yeah,
like
sure.
to say.
So time start now. You have 15 minutes. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and I will go to your team and help you with your queries, okay?
What does it mean, third title? Your solution, key actions. What does it mean? No, sorry. I mean, help at home, youth service network. Maybe you can Google to understand what it is. It could be. It could be. Guys, we are going to represent in 5 minutes, the maximum that you have time. Okay? It's already 30 minutes that you are working, guys.
Guys, a little attention. Our dear participants, you have 3 more minutes and we will start to doing our presentation. So please check if you answer to all of the points of how it is. Of our previous slide, I hope that you took pictures and then we will start. Thanks.
2 more minutes and we will start, right? Can you open that? Okay, guys, so I hope you have your papers filled. 1 more minute, and we will start. Attention, please. Stop talking. If you're talking, please be silent. Okay. So we are starting to present our projects. I remind you that we will have each team only 2 minutes. I will check the time with timer. So you will have really realistic conditions for presenting your projects, like for funds, investors, different other organizations to getting support, right? And after that, we will have for 1 minute for each project, and I will share short feedback, what you missed, what you can think about more. And I believe it will help you to work in the future about your ideas, about your dreams. So let's start from the first team. I put in the screen what every team must include in the presentation. So we all will be checking if nothing missed. And our first team with the topic, my first TV, career preparation for teams. Please, leader or whole team, go to the stage. We are waiting for you. Who will be present? So, okay, 2 people. Yeah, so in 1, 2, 3, I am starting to turn on the timer. So you will have just 2 minutes for presentation. Please take mics. Yeah, sure. Okay, so, yes. So, 1, 2, go ahead.
So guys, we decided to create a worldwide youth fund, which will help us to create different projects between the countries and between individuals and between organizations. So we are thinking to create a platform. It can be an online platform where we can get some fund, and the fund we are going to get, for example, from government, from individuals, from the companies or some organizations. And the main idea of creating this fund is our vision, which is having good earth, let's say, and good place to live and be happy. And we are thinking that as we have many challenges and different issues right now we are facing and youngsters are facing, we want to give and separate this fund into few topics. It can be, for example, climate change, it can be political, it can be peace building, cultural, etc. So then we are thinking all these projects are going to be in different levels. For example, we separate these 3, but it can later, if we go into deep, we can rise some others. But we are thinking to have project in individual levels. For example, individuals can create a project, then some NGOs, maybe some companies can create projects, and the topics, as you can see, are 2 different. And the last one can be, for example, government or regions that can cooperate together. And it's about not only inside the countries, but most of all, we are fixing these projects to implement in worldwide. For example, I can cooperate with China, with Brazilians, with Americans, etc. And once we are cooperating, we are creating projects. Here are our projects. And this is whole idea, but the most important thing here...
Stop. We have 2 minutes.
Yeah, we have same rules for everyone. It's real conditions. Sorry, guys. Oh, sure, you are the best. You are the best, and you did great job for just 15 minutes you had.
Oh, for the platform. For the platform, first of all, yeah.
People, please, participants, be quiet. Be respectful for the people who staying on the stage because you will be in the same place, okay? So, thanks a lot. Continue.
I think for the platform we need kind of 10,000 or something, but as we need to have people who are working this, maybe later we will need more money. And then we can raise awareness, of course, we can just do marketing and something else, so other companies, NGOs, I don't know, maybe international organizations or governments can support us so we can handle everything by ourselves.
Thank you very, very much. You are so brave because you are first. Thank you for sharing. So, second team with the topic, period talk, menstrual education for teens, please. We are waiting for, wow, that's great presentation. Thanks a lot for doing great job. So please take a mic, who will be speak? Yes. I'm turn on the timer. It's working?
Let me see.
Okay, you can start.
Hello, our topic is about period talk, and we are designing a training for in schools, in urban and rural areas for teens about menstrual cycle. Why? Because a lot of teens don't even know about its existence, what is it, and what's happening to their bodies. There are a lot of taboos between genders. They don't know about hygiene and what products to use. Some people don't even have accessibility to this kind of products. And of course, social understanding, because a lot of girls are being bullied for these kind of situations in their lives. And our solution is, of course, a training program. For that, we need a lot of actions, obviously. First of all, we need to find trainers, we need to find funding, we have to create educational materials, have media campaigns, find the locations, and of course conduct our trainings. We were thinking that we could have like a monthly trainings in different regions or in different schools. And this is basically our main program. If you have any questions.
Great, you're on time. For 1 minute, you present your project. And by the way, I want to add to this topic. We have our board members who are doing a lot of great, impactful things based on this topic. He created business in Africa to helping youth, like women youth, to getting more knowledge, and they involved men for getting more knowledge about women. So those topics based on the real story of the real project, and you presented very well. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I want to say about, if we talking about this topic about, it's called Ecobana, and they doing pads based on the banana fiber. So it is eco project. They are producing pads for girls and women based on banana fiber. You can imagine it. So it is new technology, sustainable technology. Thank you very much, team. Thanks a lot. So third team, please, your stage. Our third topic, help at home. Youth service network is also important issue that we are facing in different communities. Also, really nice presentation, girls. Okay, you have your mic?
Yes, I
Good.
have it.
So let's start.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to talk as fast as I can so I can manage to tell everything we prepared. Well, our program name is Cultural Trip Organization. Its main goal is a cultural exchange among young people to help them to communicate with each other and collaborate. Our key solutions, key actions, what are we going to do to reach this? First, I can see it, okay. We are going to find people with common interests and problems and concerns to unite them to create the first stage of this organization. The next thing is we're going to collaborate with our government so it can support us to reach everything we want. The next step is going to be social media, because the social media is a great tool to use to unite people and gather people with the same interests and concerns from different countries and communities. And also then our community is going to be expanded, and they're also going to cooperate with their governments. What we need, budget and resources. The most important resource are people, and we have it as a result of these actions. And resources we're going to try to get from government, individuals who are also interested in our actions, and also social organizations. Support is also included. Why our project is great? Our project is great because it has its meaning. Our world is now really separated, and we need somehow to unite. And I think that young people are the greatest power to make nations, cultures unite, and to recognize each other through collaboration. What time do we need? At least 6 months, at least. But actually, this program, this organization can be expanded endlessly. So it depends. But I think at least 6 months.
Last sentence you have.
Last sentence.
How much do you need?
It depends, actually.
It depends. 1 million will be enough, I think.
Yeah. It depends of the amount of nations involved. Yes.
Okay, great.
I think that's all.
Thanks a lot for your presentation. It was nice. Thank you very much. First team, with the topic use against food. Food waste, yeah. Poor team, we are waiting for you. And I want to remind everyone, when we have presentation, please be silent, because each team is here. And they are also a bit stressed. Yes, they are also a bit stressed about presentation. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
As you can see, we are the World International Young Food Savers, and we are fighting against one of the biggest international issue, which is the food waste. And our goal is to reduce food waste and solve international hunger issues. So for realizing that, we set up some key actions. And first of all, that is manage food production and encourage meal planning. Secondly, we need to educate on correct food storage. The third one is to make fertilizers from food leftovers. And lastly, to produce animal feed from part of the food waste. So in order to realizing this, we need to involve volunteers from all over the world and specialized organizations that can help us to make our efforts. Yes, we need specialized organizations to support us. And my friend is going to continue.
I would speak now about our timeline. We will conduct a research first on food waste. It will take us about 1 to 2 months. And then we will establish partnerships and do trainings with volunteers. And that would take us about 3 to 4 months. Then we will begin regular collection, sorting, distribution, and that would take us about 5 to 6 months. And then we will do monitor operations, and it take about 7 to 8 months. And then we will do the impact reduction on food waste, sustainable habits, and community engagement.
Thank you very much. You're on time, by the way. Thanks a lot for the good presentation. I really enjoyed this presentation with your timeline, and I really enjoyed that you mentioned that you, first of all, you will do a research. That's the important things. We always need to do a research before starting anything. Yeah, and fifth team, solar light for study. Your stage.
Thank you. So our main idea, so as you know, we're focused on the solar energy and solar system. And our program's name is EcoSolar, which you can see here. So we designed our program in that looks like a tree. So let me start from the roots. What is our main goal? Why are we doing this? Because we saw some problems, international problems, such as energy saving problem and etc. So we thought about some solutions, and those solutions, the ideas are those ones. So we need this to protect ecology, help economics, what is this? Yeah, save money, save electricity, and actually help the rural areas to be more accessible. And then one of the main ideas also is to have long-lasting services from which we can get the main energy and the light. And then we have the first part of the tree, which shows our road, how are we going to do it. So we're starting with the business plan research, doing some research, understanding and finding some organizations who will help us to conduct all of this, all of our idea, and to come closer, get together and start the program.
So, as a business project, also we will search and we will include all the necessary instruments and specialists, such as sociologists, business people who understand, and we can make it faster. So our action will include, as my colleague said, sponsorship, foundations, schools, programs, government, and using the media, social, every channel which is possible in the modern life. And also including the social ads, spreading both locally and internationally. Why it is useful? Because it will influence globally, and both developing and not developed countries. Finally, it will help to modernize the life, both rural and urban areas, and it has health benefits. It will create jobs and cost saving, will improve education and other benefits too.
Okay, thanks a lot.
2 years from, it will, we need for this maximum 5 years. From 2 years.
Okay, but I really like your creative way of presenting it. Is this tree, right? Wow, that's great. Thank you very much, team. Thank you very, very much. We wanna see on our stage 6th team, Sport for Peace, with the topic. Please, your stage.
Hello, everyone. Have you ever, so today's topic, we're going to speak about, so have you ever seen like 2 teams after each game hugging each other, despite the differences in their religion, ethnicities, or so much more? For example, in World Cups, you would see 2 teams hugging each other. So this shows us how sports goes beyond religion, ethnicity, or any differences or changes between us. So today, we're going to give you some solutions to the problem that we have. It is the, let's say, the hate or like racism between people, and how can sports bring us all together.
Okay, just now for fanaticism, this is one from the important thing regarding the sport to lead to peace. So now to just get rid of the fanaticism that we always facing towards any football match or anything, first of all, we need to clear the mindset for people. So we need like to make like a workshop awareness for people, to just make like awareness for the fanaticism, for anything that it will happen to the community. The second thing that we need to just speak to the university's student and for the secondary school and primary school. If we have a new generation and since they are young, you will just make like awareness for them how they can get rid of fanaticism. You will have a new generation, they have the policy for accepting the other even if there is any difference between them. And the other thing, we need to make like a street interviews. We will get a load of new thoughts, new ideas once you just speak to the people from the street or anything. So you'll get a new ideas and things that it will just lead to a new thing. It will happen to you to just new ideas for that. And the last thing, we can make like advertisement over the social media, all using the social media now. So we can just use the social media to make like awareness from the fanaticism for people. So it will lead to, you will have a clear mindset, generation that have the difference between I have something, it's different to you, but I'm accepting you. And that's it for us. And for the also the budget, we say that maybe it will cost $4,000 to just implement something like that. And for the last thing regarding
last thing.
Okay, the expected, just it will take from 6 months to 1 year to just make something like that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Big applause to you. Thanks a lot. And our last theme with also interesting topic, trash for education. Please go to the stage. Yeah. Yeah, that's this last. Share feedbacks of this practical. Two or three? Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so guys, I want to ask you one question before we start. Do you have sorting cycle pens in your schools? Did you understand my question? Do you have recycling, cycle bins in your school? Recycling bins, where you have plastic alone, paper alone? No, you don't. Only one person has it. Are you in a private school? The problem is here, like in Armenia and even in Egypt, and I think most of the Middle East, as you mentioned, there is no sorting in schools. So all the trash are in the same bin. And even though, even the governments themselves, they don't actually recycle. Like, from what I know, you send it to Georgia, so they can recycle it. Yeah, it's the same for Egypt. We sell it for China. So the problem here, we don't have this, and the people are not aware of this. So our aim here is to make people aware of recycling and do it themselves in their home and their schools. And there is something extra we are going to teach them doing these things so it can be sold from plastic and different other trashes, okay? So imagine turning on something very bad to something good to sell. And I will leave Annie.
Okay, so we are going to the third point. We are going to increase awareness against among youth, and we are going to educate them to sort and recycle trash. How are we going to do that? Okay, we are going to do like some brainstorming, and we are going to collect ideas, share ideas, and so we are going to do that on an international scale because we want our program to be something international. We are going to spread information via social media, podcasts, and challenges.
Thank you.
Last sentence, please. You are over the time.
Okay, I will keep it go on. So why it is great idea? Because it is uniting education, nature, and nations. And also we motivate youth to create things and to get recognition through resolving real issues. And the timeline for our project will be 6 months. And for measuring our results and our impact, we want to create KPI system in which we will have some indicators through which we will measure all what we are doing, and we will use it when we gonna make decisions. So we're done, I think. And I want to mention that the name of our project is Trash Talk. Yes, which means that the trash can talk, and we must listen, and we must resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you a lot. Thank you for all the presentations. So, I hope that you enjoyed this activity. I hope that you learned a lot. I hope that you realized that for 20 minutes you can create a real impactful project and write all ideas together and prepare for the pitching, for getting some resources, funds, for getting supports, for creating teams, right? And I hope that you realized during this activity that we can do a change. We can do big changes. We can do difference all together. Different nations, yeah, different people, but they're all facing the same issues. And we doing changes, we doing actions right now in this hall all together. And the last thing that I want to ask 3 of the people from this room, could you please share your feeling after the activity, how it was, have you enjoyed it or not, and maybe some insight that you got. Only 3 people who would like to do that, please raise your hand. 2, and third one? Okay, please, the girls, your stage. Now. You thought it will be easy? No. They come there.
So, first of all, everyone, let me say hello to everyone once again. It was a great pleasure having you all with me, actually, and having you all with all of us all together for those 2 days. It was truly an amazing experience of mine. I have never participated to the KECTIL programs before. This was my first time, and it's for sure will last with me for a long time, if not forever. And I guess the most important thing that the program gave to me, the whole conference that we had during those 2 days, is motivation, desire to continue working on myself, improving myself so I can work on me, and then by that make the world a little better than it was before. Yeah, and also it motivated me to continue doing research, especially about the KECTIL and everyone. So please remember me. I will most probably come back.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And we had a second person. So we appreciate for your feedbacks. For us, it's also important to hear you.
Thank you very much for everyone. I like the most the panels discussion. I was driven in, and I was analyzing. It was very powerful. And this kind of events are very important from networking point of view. I imagine I see the possibilities for the future networking and collaboration. And hopefully we will meet with each other, already fulfilled with another successful stories in different countries, not only in Armenia, and making changes, doing changes drop by drop, little by little.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. And thank you for your activity today. It was really, really nice. You have already prepared projects, so you can apply it for different opportunities and doing change together. Thanks.
On? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, great. No, I loved hearing those panels and getting all of the ideas. We actually have to, but well, I have bags in my house. I have to put plastic here, aluminum here, cardboard here. Actually take it to the cycle center. So that was a great idea. They were all great ideas. I love the budget aspect, how long it's going to take, budget aspect. I like to think about. Gosh, we're at the end of the second day. I think that was it. Was this not working? Is this working? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, this is working. Now you can hear us better. The end of the second day. What do you think? We made it through. You should give yourselves a big hand for that. You know, let's hear some noise. You did it. You did it. Yeah. I mean, I've enjoyed this so much. I've learned so much from the range of participants we've had here. This is really why, this is the best part of KECTIL for me, is when I get to go to different countries and actually meet people and hear these amazing things that we've heard about what's going on and have authentic conversations, real conversations about, you know, conflicts, about how we can work together, make things a better place. You know, we're talking about what our project was. Actually, that's how KECTIL started, right? That's how KECTIL started. I started it at my kitchen table as a project. And I had no idea how to do it. I had no idea. I didn't know what the budget was. I didn't know how long it would take. I just said, gee, I think I'd like to create an organization for youth in developing countries, because I traveled in many countries in connection with my profession, which I'm a lawyer, and I do intellectual property work, and that's global because you file patents and do litigation all over the world. It's not just in the United States, it's everywhere. So I've traveled a lot, and I'd met so many amazing youth, like brilliant youth in various countries. I said, let's try and make the world a little bit smaller. I had no idea how to do it. I'm not an IT person. I didn't know how to put it together. I didn't even know how to tell everyone that I had this idea, all these youth, and see if they would come. I didn't know how to set up an application form. We had to create a website, and I had to create a name for it. I had to create a logo. So KECTIL, people know now that's the Knowles Educational and Charitable Trust for International Leadership. I went through so many acronyms trying to figure out what it was, and that one kind of hit. And it's the 8th year, and it's still working. I think it works pretty well. And I had to come up with a name that would work in many languages for youth around the world. And so that worked pretty well. I had to create the legal documents. You know, I'm a lawyer. I had to incorporate. I had to create a family foundation. In the United States, we have tax-exempt status. We're actually recognized by the United States as a nonprofit organization. So I had to submit those. I had to get a lawyer to write up all the documents, get that approved. And then I just had to throw out the idea on opportunity boards, and I just wondered if anybody was going to come. I thought, okay, we've opened the door, who's coming? And that's when you saw the timeline on the first day I talked. There were 200 people who came, and I was just overwhelmed that we would have 200 people from, I think it was 20 or 30 countries, that said, gee, I'd like to be part of a youth leadership organization. They'd never heard of me. They'd never heard of KECTIL. Of course not, because it hadn't been formed yet, really. They didn't know anything about it. We were working on the curriculum as we went along. And I wanted it to be bigger than 200, so the first thing I did was say the first assignment, we have 7 modules now, the first assignment for KECTIL was to recruit somebody else, because I wanted it to go from 200 to 400 right away. So I had each person go find who they thought would be a really great youth leader to bring in the program. I also didn't want just one person from a country. We had a lot of what I would call seeds. We had a lot of people who were just one person in a country. And it just went on from there. And here we are in the 8th year. And as you all know, we've got 4,000 youth. Just yesterday, we had, you know, over 400 people watching this through YouTube. We've got YouTube live now. Hello. We're at the end of our 2nd day. And we're going to have youth going into our YouTube channel and watching it remotely for the next couple of weeks, because sometimes this is the wrong time zone for them. They may be asleep, they may be working, they may want to watch it just in their own time. So we're going to have youth, and these local meetings are some of the most interesting content that we put on YouTube. I'm always asking Alexandra, now I'm getting into, you know, social media numbers. What's our number? How many people do we have following us? You know, what are we doing? And Alexandra is always telling me. So this is the first time we decided to come to West Asia. And this was an experiment for me, because I didn't know what to expect from this part of the world. You know, we have people from countries that have had disputes with the United States. That doesn't mean I think there are disputes. That means there have been disputes. And what I've learned, what you always learn when you have these kinds of conferences, is how small the world is and how nice the people are. Yeah. So that was good. And here I am. We have. If you go. You were telling your story about Pakistan. I'm not Pakistan. About Palestine. That's a really interesting story that needs to be told in the United States. And you said, I reached out to you, of course. We have to hear these stories. We have to meet people in Syria. We have to meet people in Iraq face to face. Face to face. We have to have these conversations. We have to go to Iraq. We have to build the bridges. We have to create these organizations. We have to bring youth in from all over the world. And this has been a huge advance for us, because I really think as a result of this program, KECTIL is going to explode in this region. I think it's really going to take off, because you've seen what we do, and in every single one of the countries that are here, and we have 13 countries, I'm expecting a KECTIL organization from each one of you, right? I'm expecting that, and I want to hear that. And I think it's going to happen, huh? I do not want to come to Palestine. I'm sorry. I'm not. There will not be a local meeting on the ground in Palestine or in Gaza in the next year or so. I'd love to come later when everything calms down. It would be my pleasure to come. And you're a very brave person, to be there and stay there and have your loyalty there. And I think we're with you more than ever. You've been able to give your story. So, yeah. Oh, hold it closer. Okay, I'm holding it closer. So we have our organizers that we'd love to thank. Where's Gohark? Where's Edward? We need to come up and say thank you. Yes, come up and say thank you. I mean, can you imagine? Gohark has been working on this for so long, and she's a battery. She's just an ever-ready battery. She never stops. She's gotten 2 to 3 hours of sleep, probably for the past week. She's been putting this together for hours and days and probably weeks, months, thinking about speakers, organizing. We've had so many Zoom calls trying to put this together, trying to get the foreign participants to come in. I mean, I can't even imagine, can't estimate how many hours you've spent putting this on the ground. And so I want to thank you. Yeah. And by the way, people ask me all the time, how do I select the countries that will have a KECTIL conference on the ground, a live KECTIL conference? And the way I select them is because of the strength of the youth leader, of course, because I've got to have somebody on the ground who is like our great friend Gohark, who will run around, get all the details done, get the speakers, make all the organization. I have to have a great organizer. So the reason why you have this is because of Gohark. And then we have Edward, and Edward has been such a great energizer for Armenia. And I just know him from all the Zoom calls we've had. So I see you in a box on a Zoom call, okay? And every time we have a Zoom call, Edward is right in the middle with a big smile on his face, and he's participating in every one. So whenever we have a webinar, and we have a lot of KECTIL webinars, and I hope all of you are gonna go to these and listen to these Zoom calls that we have on really important subjects. But Edward, no matter what he's doing, is always on these calls, and that's how I got to know you. And I actually got on the Zoom calls, and I started looking for Edward, because no matter what the subject is, you're right there on the Zoom call. And so that's how I thought we were friends. And when we were having this conference in Armenia, I actually wrote him an email, and I said, I hope you're coming to Armenia, because many of you know he's studying in Belgium. He's not here, and he's in the middle of exam week. Okay, so if you fail your exams, don't blame us, okay? Don't blame us. Okay. I hope you've studied ahead of time. I hope
Yes.
you studied.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Okay, well, we're all going to wish you good luck because I think you have one on the 19th, another
Yes,
exam.
when I get back,
I can't
yeah.
believe that. I'm not even sure I would do that in the middle of exam week. But you made it. You made your way over here. People made a lot of sacrifices to come to this, but you've been such a huge help in starting KECTILArmenia also, and bringing your sister in. Where's your sister?
Coordinating
Okay,
there.
look at this. Edward, this is what we love to see. He brought his 15-year-old sister, who now wants to be part of the KECTIL program. She's the next generation. How cool is that? Okay. Come say hello. Come on up here. Okay. You want to say anything about your sister?
Yeah. So when I was planning to come here, and she heard that we are organizing the conference already like 2-3 months ago, she was like, "I'm coming." I'm like, what are you gonna do there? She's like, "I'm coming to learn. I'm coming to find out what is KECTIL, that you are speaking so much about it, and you are wasting so much time on it. Like, you're working every day on KECTIL. I want to know what is it." And she came here, and she got the tasks. Of course, Gorik would not leave anyone here just sitting. She gave her tasks, and now she was working on your certificate that you will get soon. And she was organizing the certificates, and she was registering people coming in and out. So we can say that she's also part of the organizing team.
Thank you. We'll get you involved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and that's a motivation for all of you. If you have sisters or brothers, get them into the program. Cousins, nephews, nieces, friends. We want your greater organization, your greater family, all your friends, and maybe everyone on your social media. We're expecting to be part of the KECTIL program. And I know if we added up every person who is on all the social media that follows each person in this room, I think we'd have a lot of people, right? I think we'd have a lot. And I've heard even from this table over here, you said you have 100,000. Somebody said they have 100,000. They have a lot of followers. You've got a lot of followers. You've got a lot of followers. Okay, we're expecting you to use your social media to bring everyone in. Now I want to say thank you to Alexandra. Alexandra is our YouTube specialist. I said, I'm not, okay. Alexandra has been taking interviews, videoing interviews for the past couple of days, and she has come to many of our KECTIL programs. She's the one who's making sure that the YouTube Live is working. She's putting content nonstop on our KECTIL YouTube channel. She is the founder of our KECTIL YouTube channel. So we want to thank her so much for that. And all of the, yeah.
Okay, guys, as I'm a YouTube creator, a YouTube founder for the KECTIL program, I ask everyone, open the YouTube right now, find KECTIL with just name of the KECTIL, and follow us, please. Because there will be all live streaming of the previous conferences. We have webinars there. We have learning different videos. We have interviews with the youth around the world, and also includes podcast. So we will appreciate your support there, because we are going to achieve in our second year working with YouTube 1,000 followers. So we need your help on that. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for everything you do. Okay. We also have podcasts. So you can go to the KECTIL World Youth Network and find us. You can just search for KECTIL, but you'll find the podcast. Several people have come up to us today, yesterday and some today, saying that I've said all the news is biased. Every single network is biased. And you have to figure out what the bias is when you watch the news. And I haven't, at least today, at least as they are now, I haven't seen a single news programming service that's not biased in one way or another. So make sure that you're smart enough to look at what the bias is, and they're pre-digesting the news for you in one way or the other. You know, some are on the left, some are on the right. They're all over, okay? And they're all over, but they're pre-digesting the news, and they want you to think the way they think, okay? We don't want that for the youth in the KECTIL program. we really specialize in authentic conversations. As you could tell, we had over the past couple of days, honest conversations. And one way you can facilitate that is helping with the honest conversations in the news by either being on podcasts, certainly listening to our podcast. We, as soon as we see something going on around the world, we find KECTIL youth in that country, and we have KECTIL youth in over 100 countries now. We find KECTIL youth and we put them on the podcast and we say, tell us what's going on, because we want youth speaking directly to youth without any filters about what's happening, okay, around the world. Youth speaking directly to youth without any filters. Think how refreshing that is, okay? That's what we're doing. So our podcasts are not just, you know, fun social media. We love to see ourselves talk, or we're trying to get some experts on there. No, we have a purpose on our podcast, and the podcast is to facilitate youth-to-youth knowledge about what's going on in the world today. And it's serious. And if you listen to our podcast, they're pretty deep, and they get to some pretty raw issues, very, very raw issues. So I hope that you will all go to any of the platforms that have podcasts, and you'll find KECTIL. We're on all of them, okay? And listen to the ones that you've missed so far, and then listen to the other ones, and then you'll see what we do. And then volunteer if something comes up in your country, if you want to talk about something, if you have an issue that you want to get out in a youth-to-youth direct manner without any filter, that's your forum to do it, okay? That's your forum. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and if anything is either breaking out in your country or in a country that you have a good friend in, make sure they get in touch with us and tell us what's going on, because we want to support that. You know, sometimes I wake up in the morning, my cell phone is exploding because something's going on. You know, I hear about disputes happening in Papua New Guinea before it's even in the news. You know, I heard about what was going on between Pakistan and India. You know, we hear what's going on in some of these different areas where we have what's called fragile countries. Make sure you're checking in and telling us so we can support the youth. That's what we're here for. And we're here because a lot of times they are, we want to facilitate conversation, we want to facilitate safety, support, whatever we can do for the youth all over the world. And then, of course, we want to help with capacity building and also helping with leadership, which is great. So this is a huge step. You know, I should feel tired at the end of the second day. I feel awesome. I'm so happy and I'm so energized. And I think all that energy is coming from all of you. So thank you very much for participating. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for being part of what I said was a historic event in Armenia. Okay. Yeah, you have made history. You've been part of KECTIL history. You're part of the first KECTIL program, which is truly international with youth from 13 countries. And you're the first major conference like this in Armenia. So you've made history in many ways. So thank you very much for that.
So I would like to say something. Actually, when I was in the United States, I was participating in a conference in Atlanta, in Georgia. Like I said, I really would like to have a conference in Armenia. That time, she like didn't imagine where we are, like there is a conflict or there is no. So I tried to explain that it's okay here to come Armenia. It lasts 1 year, like as you see. And here we are. So as I said, we are here and we have a conference right now. We ended our conference. But I really would like to say a bunch of thanks to Sherry, just because if no KECTIL, a lot of things couldn't be with me during my life. And I learned a lot. And I learned every day, and I'm learning every day. And even just organizing this conference, I faced a lot of challenges. I got a lot of new solutions. I learned a lot of things. I got new connections even. So it was very, very experiential for me. So don't afraid do some kind of things which are like out of your control, from your control, comfort zone. Because, for example, me personally, I did a lot of things which were really out of my comfort zone during this conference. But I'm really very thankful for this because I got a huge experience. I have it. I'm better than I was like 2 days ago, actually. Thank you very much, Sherry. Thank you very much for everything. And now we have already time to get our certificates. So what we should do, I will tell your name. You will come here. See. We will take a picture with Sherry, and you will go to sit the place you were. So we will do it very fast. Yes, we will do it very fast. So be ready, and just come here and take a picture. I will ask. Not me. So, KECTILArmenia certificate of participation, and the first certificate is awarded to Sevara Imamatinova for meaningful participation in the KECTILArmenia Youth Leadership Conference. Tain Sandy Han, the next participant. Tain Gugu. Sarah Hassan. Umayma Ben Guri. Melika Deloner. Maral Beluri. That's Marali. Luna Hatem Abdul Akhir. Clara Melat Vagem Kat Botras. Like these Arabic names, they are so long. Haya Hataba. George Kuru. Fatima Rahman. Now it's turn a bit of Armenian participants, so Kohar Khachatryan, if you are here. Mary Jilavian. Mary Jilavian is not here? Mary. Margarita Hovanisyan. Margarita. Lilith Abgarian. Liliana Beluyan. Lilith Hovanisyan. Levon Mkhitaryan. Karina Varosyan. We have Karina. We will wait a bit. There is a queue already here, so we should wait. Okay. Let's say we'll go a bit.
Guys, if you're doing any pictures, any videos, please don't forget tag KECTILArmenia pages and KECTIL program, please.
Mariam Nahabetyan. Kohar Karamyan, Milena Hovanisyan, Միլենան շատ կարևոր մարդ է իրականում պատահաբար հայտնվել, հետո կասեմ մի օր։ Մոնիկա Ենգոյան, Նաիրա Պարոնիկյան, Մոնիկա, Անի Կարապետյան, Andri Khachatryan, Nare Varthumyan, Nelly Bogosyan, Hovsev Sargsyan, Hamlet Hovanisyan, Hamlet այստեղ է։ Samvel Hameyan, Argam Movsisyan, Bela Paronyans, Elina Mantasyan, Elen Yeryazaryan, Elena Çobanyan, Ani Petrosyan, Arman Martirosyan, Anushik Giloyan, Alla Ohanyan, Հայ Քարությունյան, Հայկի շնորհիվ շատ միջազգայինի երեխեք եկան նաև այստեղ, մի հատ առանձին ծափտանք Հայկին դրա համար։ Մարիամ Սարգսյան, Ռաֆայել Ակիկոյան, Կարինե Գոմցյան, Մերի Ավակյան, Մարի Գրիգորյան, Լուիզա Համբարձումյան, Տատյանա Կարապետյան, Սամվել Հովանիսյան, That's work. Oops. Margarita Sevikan. Okay. Narine Sagatelyan. Karine Avanesyan. Karina. Hamza Mohammed. Come here. Abs Abdullaham. Come. I'm trying to read like the Arabic dialect with. Just a minute, please. Khaled Imam. Mina Fangari. Mridul Badwai. Mridul. Alexandra Fomin. Yes, just to participate, I think, just to memorize. Now it's time to thank to our volunteers actually because they did a lot of job. So now I'm going to tell their names. Mariam is here. Mariam Movsisyan. Mariam is not here, but she did a lot of work. Mariam Sarkisyan. Sipan Kirakosyan. Suzy Tadevosyan. Mary Samvelyan. Nana Harutunyan. Nare Nazaryan. Seda Grigoryan. So we got some participants who already went today, but actually I will call the names because you were very smart one because we are here. So let me see if they are here. Let's see. Mane Hepoyan. Mane Hepoyan, are you here? You should be actually, but. Ani Garibian. No, Ani Garibian. Nairi Yetan is not here. Lucine Vartanyan. No. Ishkhan Hovakimian. No. Ishkhan? Ishkhan? Okay, yes, kes uğraşacağım abi. Okay. Yaşam ne karves? Gidin. Eli mark var mı? İçeride ya ona. Ya, Luisa Teymurazyan. Bes karşısına. Luisa var. Peki ani garip yani ne kadar kes kokhat. Yani garip ne bekar bek. Yes, içer seyretmem. Tamam. Mesela. Eli mark var mı? Okay, that can you speak Sharin's customers as Arab.
Once Sharin is staying there, you can go
will do a group. Before having a group photo, I just would like to say thank you for our YouTube followers to be with us. Hopefully the next time you will be with us, not just behind the screen, so we can say just goodbye to our YouTube followers. And now we should have a group photo with our certificates here, and that's all. Please come here with your certificates. If you have your country flags, please keep them as well. Խնդրում եմ արագ գալ խմբային նկարը անելու համար, վերցրեք այս դրված բոլոր դրոշները սեղանների։ Please be fast.